never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looks like it is that time once again. Hey, Countdown to Friday. I don't know about you. I'll take it. Already another week is just like the snap of a finger. Closing out another work week. That will be closing out the month of July before you know it. Here we are working our way into the 30th day. Saturday wraps it up. Sunday, August 1, believe it or not. All right, what's going on in your world? You know, a lot of people had kind of a topsy-turvy day. Compliments of Mother Nature. I guess we could suffice it to say the worst would be behind us now. Kind of a crazy night last night, of course, as we were starting things off, that line of storms sweeping through Wisconsin, making its way into northern Illinois. By the time we had wrapped things up at 5 a.m. Eastern time, we were talking severe weather in northern Indiana, northern Ohio, southern portions of Michigan. As we progressed through the day, Thursday, that line of storms making its way from St. Louis all the way to Washington, D.C. Pretty much what the forecasters had told us. Some areas hit harder than others. This report had just come in the last several hours, because this was over in Pennsylvania and a little after 7 o'clock this past evening, just a few hours ago again. They believe it's a potential tornado. Weather Service officials will have to get out and confirm that later today. This was in eastern Pennsylvania. Partial collapse of a car dealership in the area. Looking at the rundown, just after 7:10 Eastern Time. Possible tornado struck near the Neshaminy Mall in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. According to the Storm Prediction Center, this is in Bucks County, PA, about 20 miles northeast of Philadelphia. The Ben Salem Fire Rescue reported numerous trees and wires down throughout the township. Fire crews have been working across a number of locations, including a reported building collapse or building collapses on Metropolitan Drive and at Faulkner Buick GMC. The Faulkner Volvo building also sustained damage. Crews that entered the Faulkner Buick building found all persons were accounted for, according to the Courier-Times. One employee of the dealership tells the outlet that a weather alert sounded on his smartphone just seconds before the building was hit. He and a group of employees and customers had just enough time to take cover in a car before the roof collapsed. There are mixed accounts regarding the total number of injuries. Ben Salem Police Public Safety Director says that 5 people were injured in the Faulkner building. However, Bill Rolland, Director of Emergency Alerts for the county, along with Montgomery and Delaware counties, told CBS 3 the full amount of injuries was unknown at this time. Rollins also said that a mass casualty has been declared by Bucks County, which can be defined by any incident where at least 3 or more people have been injured. I know that term mass casualty raises flags like, wow, that's really bad. The storm's causing damage in other areas of the town as well, a gardening center, mobile home park. In addition to the reports of tornadoes, numerous reports of straight-line wind damage, hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter, flash flooding from torrential rain across eastern Pennsylvania, central New Jersey with the thunderstorms there Thursday afternoon. The storms that rolled through are the same weather system that brought the damaging winds, hail, and isolated tornadoes to parts of the Midwest. Midweek into Thursday, right now there are a total of 6 preliminary tornado reports across Ohio and Pennsylvania. Looking ahead, looks like weather in the region is expected to mostly cooperate for the cleanup efforts as we get into Friday here. Temperatures across the region going to be running 5 to 10 degrees below average. Starting today, probably through early next week, a cool-off. You'll probably already notice a big drop in the humidity levels. And also conditions should be dry Friday and Saturday. We could see a thunderstorm around Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening over in, again, parts of the Northeast, Pennsylvania. So that's just some of the latest reports. Currently, as I look at the radar scene in the Midwest, there are still some pockets of heavy rain. You may see some lightning on the horizon. And if you're rolling through some of these areas of showers and thunderstorms, it is torrential rain. But I am not seeing any advisories where these storms are reaching the criteria of severe thunderstorms. So you may have some gusty winds, but nothing like we saw with the initial line. Looking at areas from southernmost portions of West Virginia, right along the Virginia line, in that region, still some showers. You've got much heavier rain there in eastern, east central, and northeastern Kentucky, headed over toward southern portions of West Virginia. All the activity is moving from northwest to southeast. So these storms, if they hold together, may actually be moving out of eastern Kentucky over into western portions of Virginia overnight. There is a thin line of showers and thunderstorms moving through southern Indiana, just about to push into the Bloomington area. Yeah, that line extends almost all the way back to Terre Haute. Some spotty individual cells, thunder showers in south central Indiana. Those will be dropping into western Kentucky. We've got another pretty decent cluster of thunderstorms back toward St. Louis once again at this hour. Pittsfield, Whitehall, Jefferson, all the way down to St. Louis, Illinois, or Missouri, that would be. Mount Vernon, Illinois, we've got some showers and thunderstorms in the mix there. Again, none of these meeting the criteria for severe thunderstorms. But definitely some torrential rain. Could see some ponding of water on the roadways, slowing things down. Matter of fact, over in Kentucky, where I was just mentioning some of those torrentials from south central Ohio, numerous flash flood warnings are in place with the rains that have come down there. From Maysville on up into areas further to the north. I'll click in and see just how much rain, according to the radar, how much has fallen. Let's see. Life-threatening flash flooding, creeks, streams, urban areas, highways, streets, underpasses. It doesn't say how much rain has come down at this point. Normally, they put up how much has fallen and how much more we may see. So, all right. Meanwhile, we step back a bit further in time, going back to earlier in the day on Thursday, when these storms were first erupting and eventually, again, rolling all the way to the East Coast. A particularly dangerous situation began to unfold in New Jersey during the evening, as the National Weather Service warned of a possible tornado in that area that included Trenton, Hamilton Square, Princeton, New Jersey. Now, we're talking about an area that has 500,000 people living in that region. Of course, while the original warning expired, tornado warnings continued to spawn across the state. 6 preliminary reports, eastern Ohio into Pennsylvania, including the one we just mentioned in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. All right, a preliminary survey found that an EF0 tornado briefly touched down around the intersection of Fowler Road and State Highway 173 in Crawford County, PA, and that was about the noon hour. Several homes damaged. Couple of other reports out of Fayette County, PA, Harrison County, Ohio. A report from Washington County, Ohio. Noted video of a parent tornado touching down near I-77, along with some tree damage there. Little after 5 o'clock this past evening, the Baltimore-Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport alerting passengers to seek shelter as a tornado warning was issued for that area. About a half hour later, that was allowed to expire. Airport noted operations would resume when it was deemed safe to do so. No damage reported there. The storm's rolling through the region with the same system that brought all the damaging winds, hail reports to parts of the Midwest Wednesday night into Thursday morning. We did indeed see some gusts approaching 80 miles per hour as this line of storms developed back in Wisconsin and eastern portions of Minnesota there Wednesday night. Well over 100 reports of high wind or wind damage along an advance of about 485-mile swath. We can start in northwestern Wisconsin all the way to northern Indiana from this fast-moving complex of storms. So I guess at some point, that would meet the official criteria of a derecho. That has to encompass a 240-mile swath or greater. In addition to the destructive winds, had over 100,000 without power in Wisconsin. By the time we wrapped things up at 5 a.m. Eastern time this past morning, Illinois was already, I think they were up at like 22,000 without power, and those numbers continued to jump through the day. All right, elsewhere around the country, what do we see? Ever since the 4th of July weekend, rounds of showers and severe thunderstorm has been pretty persistent for parts of the Midwest and the Northeast. Plus, you've had the hot, sultry conditions that dominated the dog days of summer. That's all beginning to change, and this line of storms we were just talking about is the beginning of what will be several progressive cool fronts. A refreshing change to cooler, less humid conditions is already underway. This cool wave is going to expand through the Northeast this weekend, and much of the South will even see a cool down next week. The pattern change not only forecast to cool conditions down, but it's also predicted to end these frequent bouts of severe thunderstorms. Now, that doesn't mean you won't see any rain, but the pattern switch may eventually lead to a great deal of rain in the southeast and parts of the northeast. It's been pretty much the Midwest and Northeast taking turns on a nearly daily basis. Severe thunderstorms here and there every day since Independence Day. Thousands of incidents of high winds, hundreds of incidents of storms with hail. Our changing weather setup will be brought in by a southward dip in the jet stream from east central Canada. It's going to plunge further south into the eastern half of the nation next week. And that will bring below average temperatures over a broad swath of the eastern USA, starting in the northern areas, probably like today, and over the weekend, then expanding further south into next week. As we head into the first days of August, temperatures are typically just past the peak of the highest levels we see all summer long. The middle of July, right in the heart of the dog days of summer. Typically, we see the temperatures reach their peak for summertime. Normal highs late July, early August range from the upper 70s over the northern Great Lakes and northern New England, middle 80s around the Ohio River, close to 90 around the Chesapeake Bay, lower 90s over the interior southeast, and still hanging out in the middle to upper 90s over the southern plains. After high temperatures near 90 at midweek, Chicago, as late as Friday, and Washington, D.C., highs in the 70s and lower 80s are forecast for much of the Midwest today, and this weekend for much of the Northeast, and much lower humidity levels. Nighttime low temperatures will range from the mid-40s in the mountains over the Northeast to the middle 50s around Detroit, upper 50s in Boston, lower 60s in Chicago and New York City. Where it manages to stay cloudy at night, temperatures may not drop off too much from the daytime levels because you'll have a bit of a blanket to hold that warmer air closer to the ground. But if it clears out, temperatures may actually dip to chilly levels for this time of year. The end of the sweltering air with highs well into the 90s in much of the southeast, that is in sight as well. Highs are forecast to be in the low to middle 80s much of next week. Places like Birmingham, Alabama, Jackson, Mississippi, Columbia, South Carolina, Charlotte, and Atlanta. So we're talking 10 to 15 degree changes. It's pretty significant for this part of the country this time of year. The expanse of cooler, less humid air will greatly tone down the number of thunderstorms, torrential rain, and high winds. The pattern not entirely rain-free in this zone, even into next week. You'll see some cool air in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. That could lead to some spotty afternoon showers and thunderstorms. But today is forecast to be rain-free Friday over much of the Midwest. May not be until later Friday night that the showers and thunderstorms depart the central and northern Appalachians and press off the New England and mid-Atlantic coast. All right, as a weak storm pivots southeastward, we'll see a batch of showers and thunderstorms forecast to roll through parts of the Midwest on Saturday, and then the Northeast on Sunday, not expecting widespread severe weather. Beyond this weekend, there is the potential for a wet weather pattern to return to part of the eastern seaboard as the core of the air becomes kind of reestablished over the Midwest, the cool air. It was earlier this summer. You got a Bermuda high that tends to hover over the western part of the Atlantic Ocean, and it's going to shift closer to the East Coast into next week. That will create what they call kind of a log jam of cool fronts, kind of stalling over the southeast next week. That could lead to multiple rounds of heavy, maybe even torrential rain. At the very least, there's going to be some bad days at the beaches along the Gulf Coast, as well as the southern Atlantic coast, even maybe parts of the mid-Atlantic and New England coastal areas at times. Ultimately, my son, I believe this Friday is going to be their final day down there in Fort Myer, Florida. But they've had a forecast early on when they were heading out. We were talking tropical development, chances of rain every day. They thought their vacation may be a complete washout. I don't think they've had to deal with much weather issues all week long. They're in southwestern Florida. So there you go. Look at some of our travelers' weather around the country. Underway on a Friday morning. Great to have you with us. It's 844-844-3388. Captain Ron checking in. I said, did you look at the clip I sent you on your Facebook? Facebook Messenger? Probably not. I get so many attachments and whatnot on Messenger. I don't spend a whole lot of... I'll see if I can find it, though, Captain Ron. Thank you very much. Looper checking in this morning. How's that bad tooth? Nothing worse than tooth pain. Hope you feel better, Steve. Yeah, I showed up at my dental appointment 8:15, bright and early there Thursday morning, and it wasn't the news I wanted to hear. They can't even do a root canal. What the dentist described it, he said, well, in the dental world, we would call this a catastrophic event. The tooth is literally split in half. So they can't even do the root canal thing. I'm going to have to go to an oral surgeon and have it cut out. Got a hold of the oral surgeon. The earliest appointment right now is September 21st. I'm like, what? What the? Yeah, the dental hygienist told me. She said, you won't call them today because they are booked so far out. Ever since this whole pandemic thing started, I guess so many dental offices and whatnot were shut down for months and months. And once things reopened, everybody and their brothers going out to get things fixed, repaired that they were unable to do during the pandemic. And they're just, like I said, September 21st was the earliest appointment. I told him, I said, well, I do have a bit of an abscess. They put me on some antibiotic. And she said, okay, well, we'll put you on the cancellation list. I have no idea how many people are ahead of me on that, but yeah, hopefully I'll get a call at some point and they'll say, hey, are you available? We have a cancellation at 1 o'clock or something. So that's the deal. Hello to Heatwave checking in, headed to the Mile High City once again tonight. Dennis checking in. The Michigan Madman says, I need a vacation. Let's see. Tim checking in. Mike says, maybe Creepy Joe will start calling in since, he used to drive an 18-wheeler. Happy Friday, Steve. That's the handyman from Beaver Creek. The handyman, Mike. Yeah, we touched on that last evening. That's funny. A bunch of people sent me the link. Uncle Joe saying, hey, I used to drive an 18-wheeler, man. I got to drive one. Nope. Let's see, 85 degrees in Santanella, California. Good morning or good evening, I guess it would be to Tony there. Marianne, good morning to everyone checking in from Southwest Ohio. Justin says, I-65 northbound, about the 74-mile marker in Indiana. The road construction barriers have created almost a small lake there. Be cautious. Okay, so you've got some rains, and it's not able to run off like it typically would, right? All right, thanks for the heads up. I-65 northbound, about the 74-mile marker there in the Hoosier. Let's see. Hello to Andy checking in from Parry Sound, Ontario. Cut the grass. Doesn't get any greener. A rainy July. Yeah, you've had a lot of rain up there. Jay says, morning, Steve. All the drivers out there, 84 degrees and only got up to 98 today in Nashville, Tennessee. Keep it shiny side up, oily side down, and have a great day. A couple more here. Let's see. Tank checking in. TGIF, 83 degrees here in Oklahoma tonight. I'll be at the Home 20 later this morning. Everybody truck safe and have a great weekend. Howdy from the Eskimo Mom, my usual 80 degrees on 71. Seeing some flashes suggesting some lightning off in the distance. Happy Friday and be safe. Yeah, the flashes, that's, as I mentioned, we do have still some rain out there. We're rolling along 71. You're probably seeing some of those scattered thunder showers down in south central Indiana. Yeah, none of them reaching severe limits. But yeah, a little bit earlier, I did see some lightning off on the horizon over towards Indiana. Ultimately, believe it or not, we did not get a drop of rain. Not a rumble of thunder. I got out there early in the day Thursday, started battening down the hatches, took down the canopy that we had up for the summer months, and took down the pool umbrellas, the lawn chairs, cleaned everything. Making sure we were ready because we were anticipating high winds and dangerous thunderstorms and possible slowdowns and delays at the international airport. Did not get a drop of rain. I guess we kind of threaded the eye of the needle. Got to get a quick 2-minute timeout here. Underway on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Had a handful of rather interesting scenarios in our industry headlines. We'll start out with that in just a moment. I had a chance to chat with Kyle briefly. He was out on the roadway, headed towards Tennessee. And Kyle and Diesel Don were out there, headed to the Outlaw Diesel Super Series in Crossville, Tennessee. It's the Rocky Top Diesel Shootout that gets underway today, as a matter of fact. Next big leg of the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. It's a big one for the fastest diesel racers in the country, including the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10, the fastest diesel in the world to date. So Friday and Saturday, 2 days of fun, hoping for good weather. Looks like the forecast is looking good. Later today, testing gets underway, qualifying rounds. Later on Friday night, you got the gas versus diesel shootout under the lights. There's a motorcycle stunt show both days. Saturday morning kicks off more qualifying for the Outlaw Diesel drag racers. Eliminations get underway Saturday afternoon. So get on out there. Make sure you stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth. Say hello to Kyle and Diesel Don while you're there. And maybe one more time I'll mention that if you weren't with us last evening for the program, we got the notification that starting next week, prices are going up. Inflation's been impacting everything around the country. And, of course, our friends at Hot Shot Secret Lubrication Specialties have not been left out of having to pay for the increased prices. Plastic bottles, caps, up nearly 10%. Raw materials up 20%. The packaging, boxing, corrugated cardboard up more than 4%. So you know the drill. Prices will be changing starting August the 2nd. Price increase of 3%. So it's not that dramatic, but any orders placed, I guess, today or Saturday and maybe even Sunday. Orders placed at the weekend, the current price will be honored. Monday prices will be going up by 3%. So just wanted to pass that your way. All right, as I mentioned, a lot of interesting headlines here. This is bizarre. The founder of the much-hyped electric truck manufacturer, Nikola Corporation, recognize that name? Has been charged with lying to investors about the supposed technological breakthroughs that company had achieved in order to drive up the stock price, according to federal prosecutors this past day. 39-year-old Trevor Milton is accused of claiming that his company had successfully manufactured working prototypes of electric trucks and pickup trucks that would turn the industry on its head, when he had in fact never built anything. At the bottom, this is a very simple case. Milton told lies to generate popular demand for his stock, according to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. At various public events, the prototype vehicles were actually towed into position and were powered by plugs leading from hidden wall sockets, according to prosecutors. Now, Milton resigned from Nikola in September as it emerged that the Justice Department had opened a probe into the startup and the founder over possible false claims. Milton has previously tweeted that he intended to defend himself against these, what he called, false allegations. Milton was taken into custody this past day in Manhattan and has been released on a $100 million bond. His attorney says in an email, Trevor Milton is innocent. He's been wrongfully accused after a faulty, incomplete investigation. He will be exonerated after trial. We'll pick up with more on that story just ahead here. And, of course, we'll get to your calls coming up as we roll into a Friday. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is setting up protocols for government workers as the Delta variant of the coronavirus surges in some parts of the country. Federal workers will have a choice: either get vaccinated or continue social distancing, masking up, and following travel restrictions. You also have to get a test in your nose twice a week. Biden said his administration is taking steps to apply the same standard to federal contractors.
Want to do business with the federal government, get your workers vaccinated.
He's also asking the Defense Department to look into how and when service members get their vaccine.
Our troops serve in places throughout the world, many where vaccination rates are low and disease is prevalent.
He said the government will reimburse private employers who give paid time off to workers who are getting vaccinated during work. This is USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So I think it'll be interesting as they delve into what's going on. And back to the story about Nikola. Let me see here. Let's see. Nikola says they have cooperated with the government throughout the course of this inquiry. We remain committed to our previously announced milestones and timelines. We're focused on delivering Nikola Tre battery electric trucks later this year from our manufacturing facilities. Now, in the indictment, prosecutors said Milton had for years overinflated the technological developments that they had achieved, claiming they'd built working prototypes of the Nikola One truck, as well as the Badger pickup truck, out of parts that the company fully manufactured on its own. To make it appear the truck prototype was actually driving, it was towed to the top of a hill, then rolled down to the bottom, according to prosecutors. Prosecutors said that, in fact, the prototypes that had been unveiled did not function and were Frankenstein monsters cobbled together from parts from other vehicles. At public events, the vehicles were allegedly, again, towed into position, powered by plugs from hidden wall sockets. In one instance in which the vehicle was filmed for a promotional film, tape was used to keep the doors of the truck prototype from opening to make it appear the truck was driving. It was towed, again, to the top of the hill and rolled down to the bottom. That's what the indictments say, but I don't know. Have you invested in the Nikola electric battery-powered trucks? I have not seen where the probably could pull that up, see where their stock price has gone since that indictment this past day. I would suspect it probably had a fairly detrimental effect on the stock price. Not exactly sure, but all right, we'll get to your calls ahead here. Jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. James checking in. Looks like the mask mandates are returning. Yeah, it sure does. Morning to Bill. Good show, Steve. All right, thank you for joining us. Grumpy checking in from southeastern Kansas. I'm playing limo driver for the Turkeys. Crazy Ray out there. One Crazy Ray getting into another great show. 68 degrees here in West Michigan tonight. A comfortable night, huh? Buster Brown. Morning, Steve. In Yellowstone. Fishing Bridge. 7,782-foot elevation. 57 degrees. All right. There you have. Good to have you with us. Good night fishing. Hello to Andrew. AJ. Been a while since I've seen you on the board there in Houston. He's not in Houston anymore, is he? I think he's back in Cincinnati. He made a pit stop here when the princess was out of town, as a matter of fact, and just stopped by to stay hi. So, yeah, good to have you with us wherever you are this morning. I'm not sure if they made the official full move or not just yet. Pappy said, yep, Steve, we dodged the storms tonight. Thumbs up. Yeah, I think we kind of, the storms went off to the east, storms went off to our west and south of us, and we just kind of passed right through the middle. Dave checking in. Morning, Steve. Headed to Nashville. Let's see. Joe Biden did not get 80 million votes. Not enough people in the 400-plus counties, all right? Papa Rock listening in from the home 20 in southwest Arkansas. Taking off early for a long weekend. Sorry to hear about the bad tooth. Ouch. Yeah, me too. B-News checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Buckeye Boy checking in from Lebec, California. 102 degrees. It's a dry heat. Got my delivery off in Sunnyvale earlier today. Headed to Chino to pick up another going to near Dallas. I'm at a Petro here, and the Iron Skillet restaurant is only open from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. because they can't find anybody to work. Unreal. Let's see. Placed an order from the Hot Shot Secret website for some everyday diesel treatment, some FR3 for my trucks, and some Gasoline Extreme for our other vehicles. I got my 10% off CDL and overnight drive discounts and saved over $100. Woohoo! Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, anytime you place an order, just use that coupon code, Overnight Drive. Get 10% off your order, and you always get 10% off your order for first responders, active or veteran, military, CDL holders to get a whopping 20% off your order. All right, about 19 before the hour. Let's jump right into it. Head up to first out of the box on a Friday morning. Well, there is Chevy Guy. What's happening?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, more come out. I was watching Deeds Max just before I headed into the house yesterday around 2. The sniveling twits in Washington, unfortunately wearing the officer's uniform, Apparently it didn't work. A lot of the news media, the conservatives, are just making light of it and laughing. And, well, there's even more so come out. The guy with the beard, there's pictures of him there, I guess, at the event on the 6th, wearing all black. He was not wearing an officer's uniform. He wasn't wearing any officer's insignia, no hats, but he was wearing black. And I think that one commentator said possibly if he did get attacked, might have been because people thought he was Antifa. Another question, they've got a video of him saying that one party in this country is like a cancer, it needs cut out. Talking about Republican Party. Could he possibly been in there instigating? Because this only goes, this would only help the Democrats, and obviously it's been a windfall for the Democrats in the media. The big husky African American cop, he's on video. The first guy with the beard, yeah, he's many times on camera trashing Republicans. The big guy on camera, same thing. It was so it's things are coming out, but nobody that really ought to know this stuff is going to listen on, because they're listening to CNN, I guess. I think it comes down to this. Real Americans don't put up with men crying and sniveling. And I mean, the sniffles was just so obnoxious. I mean, okay, they'll let us cry. It's proper to cry over the loss of your children, your wife, your animal, your favorite animal. Okay, and even your classic car. But even at that, you don't sit there and snivel and like that, like a 6-year-old trying to, it was just absolutely obnoxious. I guess it was the other two men, obviously Adam Schiff. That's just Adam Schiff. This should tell you where that's at. But I guess the other one, the guy that was sniffling, was that other Republican, along with Liz Cheney. Like I said, the only one that wasn't up there sniffling, I guess, was Liz Cheney. So I don't think it worked out for him. It just it's turned him into laughing stock. But just pray the truth come out. Like I said, people need the news media or something. It's giving them the opportunity to point out that Nancy Pelosi had every bit, turned down the help offered from the Trump administration. So, other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show, Tim Moore.
All right, there. Good to hear from you, Chevy Guy. First out of the box. All right, we got wide open lines on a Friday morning. It's 844-3388. Speaking of Liz Cheney, I mean, I think we all understand what a rhino is. Republican in name only. And many other conservatives are realizing the same, and they're actually now making a push to boot Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger out of the House Republican Party because they have defied party leaders. They've joined the special committee investigating the Capitol attacks. This is the House Freedom Caucus. Where it's going to go, I have no idea. Leaders, they say, House Republican leaders have little interest in acting quickly against these two mavericks, which could fuel a fight that may actually distract from the party's preferred focus on issues, things like inflation, crime, immigration. This is the latest example of turmoil over the Republican Party's message, even as Trump's shadow continues to loom large over the party. Bashing Cheney and Kinzinger from the House Republican organization called the GOP Conference would threaten an end to their committee assignments. It would also deny them their normally routine privileges like attending closed-door Republican strategy meetings. Andy Biggs, the representative from Arizona, who leads the 40-member Freedom Caucus, spoke to reporters this past day, and he said, listen, Cheney and Kinzinger chose to join the Democrats on this witch hunt against Republicans. It makes little sense to let them in private meetings where Republican lawmakers are actually strategizing against Democrats. Yet letting these two into these sessions is like having two spies sitting right there with you. You know they're spies, but you can't remove them. Both of them are outspoken Trump critics who agreed to let the House Speaker appoint them to the January 6th committee, which has infuriated other Republicans. They've refused to name any members to the panel after Pelosi blocked, of course, Jim Jordan and the other guy from Indiana. I can't ever remember his name. Cheney's spokesperson said the Freedom Caucus members represent a dangerous rot that is rooted in the big lie, conspiracy theories, bigotry, and disrespect for the rule of law. Liz is working to save the party of Lincoln and Reagan. Kinzinger's spokesperson, meanwhile, said these are the same members who push conspiracy theories to their constituents. Kinzinger wants the truth and answers that the American people deserve. Okay, you know, they're putting out, here you've got Cheney and Kinzinger pushing the same narrative that the likes of Nancy Pelosi's pushing. But they refuse to let the true need to be asked questions asked during this so-called investigation for what it's worth. All right, it's 844-3388. As we roll into a Friday, back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
time is running out to nominate America's top military rookie, or top rookie military veteran, that would be, serving as a commercial truck driver. July 30th, Saturday. Saturday is the final day. Carriers can submit a driver nomination for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award. And it's quite the award. Top award this year again, provided by Kenworth. It's a T680 equipped with a 76-inch sleeper and a PACCAR powertrain. This is the 6th year Kenworth has donated a truck for this competition. All right, the top driver must meet the following criteria. It will be determined by an expert panel of judges, they tell us. Must have been active military or a member of the National Guard or Reserve, graduated from a PTDI certified NAP, FTDS, or CVTA member driver training school with a valid CDL, and must have been first hired in a trucking position between January 1st of 2020 and July 31st of this year. Now, the full criteria nomination forms can be found at transitiontrucking.org. Sponsors of the Transition Trucking Honor, U.S. Chamber of Commerce's Foundation, Hiring Our Heroes program, the military veteran-focused software company Fastport, obviously Kenworth Trucks. But that's quite the prize. Nomination deadline Saturday. Thought we'd pass that your way. Meanwhile, again, our number 844-844-3388. What do you say, Monkey Gouger? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday there. I reckon it's Happy Friday after what went on up there in that White House or whatever today. I tell you, I ain't real happy. I am worried to death over this country. I've said it all along. That daggone Lindsey Graham ain't nothing but a fence splitter. And them other 16 that joined in him to vote this, $1.6 trillion bill in, spending bill. And did you see the pork that this thing was going after?
I have not yet had the chance to see. I mean, undoubtedly, we know, like everything else, it's got to be loaded with, tons and tons of spending that has nothing to do with infrastructure, right?
Right. And, you just said something a while ago about this guy that's got this Nikolai truck that they found out he's a big fraud. Google Tesla and see how much trouble they in right now. They got about 20,000 cars they can't deliver. And Steve, there's a guy at home. He that I do business with. He went out and bought one of those Teslas just as a showpiece, He was bringing the daggone thing home from buying it down in Charleston, and the car went dead in the middle of the damn interstate, stranded him down there for about 2 hours. And he said that, they said the range on that thing is 500 miles. He was telling me the best he's got, 350. And they trying to go with this green initiative. And you remember when they pumped all that money out there into California for that solar power, and then that turned out to be a big debacle and everything?
Yep.
When are they going to wake up and realize that this country runs on all gas, propane, and let's try to find better ways to use it and quit with all this environmental bull crap they're trying to stuff down our throats? It just makes me sick. But after I read all the names of the Republicans that stepped across the aisle, I said, boy, we're in trouble. I don't know what they got in return from it or anything, but it just sickened me. And then Nancy Pelosi enacted a a law today that anybody that comes into the chambers up there, if they're not wearing a mask, they will be arrested, whether they're a congressman, a visitor, or what. Now, this has gone too damn far. I was reading an article tonight come out in the New York Times, and they said this could be the start at the end of Nancy Pelosi, that she's overstepped her bounds, abuse of power. Well, why don't they stand up and do something about it? I mean, it's sickening in 6 months that they have ruined this country. I mean, we're in so much debt now. Our great grandchildren won't see the light of day if somebody don't cut them off.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said it. Lindsey Graham is nothing but a turncoat. He has nobody but his agenda to push. He's not for his constituents. He doesn't listen. He goes and does what he wants to, think he's a big wheel up there. I think we ought to start a damn recall in South Carolina and recall his ass and put somebody else up there that can get the job done, because he sure can't. But I tell you, Steve, it's just sickening. I tell you, them couple of weeks I was off, I didn't even turn the news on to listen to none of this crap that was going on or anything. And I tell you, after I read it today and got to looking at it, I said, I couldn't believe it. They got the whole list of the 17. Nick Romney was in on it. Lindsey Graham, a couple more of them rhinos. When you were talking rhinos a while ago,
mm-hmm.
they need to get rid of Lindsey Graham too, and right along with Liz Cheney and that other cat. They need to quit worrying about something happened back on January the 6th. It happened. It's over with. They know who caused it. They know that Antifa done it. George Soros's money was put in there. Why don't they go grab him and ship him out the damn country? I mean, what happened to the laws about meddling in our election? I mean, they know this guy's dirty, along with them other cats up there, the scallywag elitists up there. Why don't they go after them and start locking some of them up for meddling and piddling in our election, and turn it back to the people? It just sickens me, Steve. I mean, I just can't believe what I've seen in the last 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
I never in my wildest dream thought it would turn out to be like this. But anyway, buddy, we fitting to lay down here and catch us a few Z's, and then we're going to head back to the Carolinas, back to play in the cool, maybe to cool off a little bit next week down there.
That's the way it sounds. A little bit refreshing air. It's not going to be fall-like air, but it's at least not going to be the sweltering dog days of summer kind of air.
Well, Steve, me and Debbie was talking about it the other night. Our pool has never really got warm. It would get up to 80, 89, 93, 90. Now, they've had a hot week down there this week. The heat index has been up 104, 105 every day. The actual temperature probably 96, 97, but with the heat index, it bumps it up to 102, 103, 104. But from when we had that first hot spell back in May, there was the last week of May, it got like 102 there for like a week. And then it cooled off. And it was cooling off at night at 74 degrees and stuff. And if you went out there and jumped in that pool at 8 o'clock in the morning, it's going to make you get right back out of it. But she told me today that, it's getting a little warm now. But it's been kind of a mild, summer down there and up until this week. And, but I'm glad to see it's cooling off a little bit. It's getting that time of the year, we'll all be hollering about that nasty word coming up in a couple
won't
months.
Be long. I ain't looking forward to it. You're right. Yep.
It's right around the corner, man. Hey, look here, you talking about that wisdom too? I had one that was come in sideways on my gum about 10 years ago. I had all my teeth. I got hit by a trailer door back when I was about 22 or 23, and it wrecked all my teeth. And I had to go to a dental surgeon, and he pulled all my teeth, and then they give me them false slappers. But I reckon about 10 years ago, I got a sore place on the inside of my gum, and it wouldn't go away. So I went to the dentist, and he said, "You got a tooth coming through the side of your gum." I said, "Oh, really?" So I had to go to the dental, surgeon. He said, "Oh yeah, I can pop that thing right out of there for about $1,500. I said, "Well, it's got to come out and get it." And it was a perfectly formed wisdom tooth. It just come in on the side. I don't know why they didn't pick it up in the X-rays when I had all that other trouble. But I feel your pain, buddy, and I hope you get better.
All right. Thank you much, Monkey Gouge. Have a great weekend. And we got a news update here rolling into a Friday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden says coronavirus cases are going up in states with low vaccination rates. He says medical experts predict
The cases will go up further before they start to come back down.
millions of federal workers will be required to verify they've been vaccinated against the coronavirus or else face mandatory masking, weekly testing, social distancing, and other new rules.
Right now, too many people are dying. They're watching someone they love dying and saying, if I just got vaccinated, it's heartbreaking.
The president is also directing the Defense Department to look into adding the coronavirus shot to the list of required vaccinations for members of the military. The recent spike in coronavirus cases is tied to the Delta variant in people who are not vaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
About 400,000 workers in the U.S. have filed new unemployment claims, according to the Labor Department in its weekly report. The number of new filings is a decrease of about 24,000 from the previous week. For the week ending July 24th, there were about 3.3 million continuing claims, which lagged the initial claims by a week. The largest increases for the latest available data were seen in Michigan, Texas, Kentucky, Missouri, and Illinois. The greatest decreases in claims were seen in New York, Puerto Rico, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Georgia. First Lady Jill Biden has undergone a medical procedure at Walter Reed Hospital to remove a sharp object that got lodged in her foot when she was walking on the beach in Hawaii last weekend. She was there attending 2 official events. She stopped over in Hawaii after attending the opening ceremonies of the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A governor in Texas is taking steps to try to curb the illegal immigrants crossing the border. USA Radio's Dan Naraki reports.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has moved to stop the transportation of illegal migrants in his state. His executive order bans the ground transportation of those released into the country to await court dates or processing and only allows for them to be moved by law enforcement officials. Senator Ted Cruz says that President Biden has allowed the crisis at the southern border to become a superspreader event. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that the White House's policies have allowed the virus to spread in border states.
The Biden administration has released over 50,000 illegal aliens without even giving them a court date. Just release them, and you know what? They're asked to report into ICE. About 13% of them report into ICE. It's spreading COVID in our communities, and I'll tell you right now, the election of Joe Biden becoming president of this country was a COVID super spreader event because they're releasing illegal aliens in South Texas and all across the country with COVID, and they're spreading COVID, and yet their radical policies, they don't want to do anything to protect us.
From the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau, I'm Dan Naraki.
A judge in Los Angeles has dismissed 1 out of 11 sexual assault counts against Harvey Weinstein. This gives the former movie mogul and convicted rapist a minor and possibly temporary victory. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back on a Friday, TGIF. Good to have you with us. Hope you've had a good week. What's on slate for your weekend? I got an email earlier this past evening. Dave was asking, you ever heard of such a thing, Steve? Well, up until here just a couple days ago, I had not, but indeed we did share that story from AccuWeather. What's the term? Meteorological tsunami. That was the term. Mateo tsunami. That's the word they use. And the National Weather Service is indeed trying to determine whether that occurred this past day on Lake Michigan near Chicago's Navy Pier Thursday morning. Yeah, the water gauge near the site indicated a significant fluctuation in water levels while the severe weather was pushing through. According to the local storm report, a gauge operated by the U.S. Geological Survey indicated that water levels on the lake went up 18 to 24 inches within a 1-hour time near the Chicago lock. A similar fluctuation reported at Calumet Harbor about the same time. Water level fluctuations are continuing on the lake Thursday. Dangerous swim conditions continue through at least Friday, was the word. Unlike a regular tsunami, which is caused by underground seismic activity, Mateo tsunamis are driven by the rapid drop in barometric pressure, usually caused by fast-moving weather events like severe thunderstorms or squall lines, which we had last night. During a Mateo tsunami, a storm generates a wave that moves rapidly towards shore, with the height of the wave being amplified then by coastal features as it moves toward the shoreline. Mateo tsunamis do occur on the Great Lakes. As many as 100 occur in any given year. One such wave struck the city of Chicago in 1954 with a 10-foot Mateo tsunami striking a pier that killed 7 people. Now, according to a researcher at the NPR, even waves that are just a foot tall can sweep people out into the lakes. Those waves can also cause damage to docks, piers, and boats. But AccuWeather's forecast said you could see waves, fluctuation, the water levels. It's almost like the entire lake is rocking, is the way they described it. Water level going up, and all the water being pushed in one direction by the strong winds as they cross the lake. So I guess they'll make an official determination in the next couple of days. Meanwhile, hey, let's get back to the calls here on a Friday. What do you say, Steve? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. Happy Friday.
Yeah, same to you. Hey, for Monkey Gouger, man, you're watching Marxism in action. So get used to it, because I just hope we can hang on for next 12 months. And, keep our election, in those swing states. Keep our elections, all those executive orders and laws that they just recently passed in place. It's the only way we're going to beat this thing. But Steve, that January 6th thing, man, that is such a joke. That hearing, nobody's watching that. It's such a joke. It reminds me of the Russia collusion hearings that we saw go on and on and on for 2 years, right?
Right.
I mean, you got damn Adam Schiff on that committee. It's ridiculous. It really is. It's painful.
I'll be honest. I haven't paid much of any attention to it at all. I mean, I going in what it's all about. It's just like the witch hunt. They spent 4 damn years with investigate. We're going to impeach, and it's just more of that. I think whoever it was the other day that said what they're looking to. The Democrats are trying to keep the narrative of Trump bad in the headlines and keep the focus off of what's going on with what Joe's doing, with destroying the economy and the inflation levels, ignoring the southern border. I mean, it's astounding.
Yeah, it is, Steve. I mean, and that's the whole thing. You hit the nail on the head. It's all political. They're just trying to push a narrative, but no one. I really don't think anybody's paying attention.
No.
I know I haven't been. But where's the cops testifying about what happened in Portland? What happened in Minneapolis? Why these police departments are being defunded? Where are those cops? Why aren't they testifying? Because it doesn't fit their narrative. Why aren't they have a committee to investigate the 20,000 people that were murdered in this country? In these inner cities. Why aren't they investigating that? Because it doesn't fit their narrative.
Correct.
But the thing I want to talk about real quick, Steve, is this frickin' Joe Biden. I am really getting tired of listening to just little excerpts of his bumbling, stumbling, foolish comments. The guy doesn't know what he's talking about, Steve. We all know this. He was talking about these mask mandates yesterday at the White House. They're going to make all federal employees wear a mask, if not be tested. Talking about he wants people to wear a mask in the grocery store. He wants people to wear a mask, whether they're inside, outside, whether they've been vaccinated, not vaccinated. I mean, what in the hell? Steve, this has nothing to do with science. Nothing at all. We know the damn masks don't work. Look what's going on in Sweden. They've had they didn't lock down, and their country's just fine. All this is they want us to lock down again, and they want to control us again with these damn masks. I'm not wearing a frickin' mask anymore. I haven't worn a mask, since last weekend. I had to wear one to get on the damn plane, but I still didn't wear it on the plane. I pulled it down. I'm just so tired of it, Like I said, the Democrats, they don't know anything about damn science. There's professors out there from Harvard, Yale, Johns Hopkins that are saying there's no proof or science that if you've been vaccinated, you need to wear a damn mask. You know, if you want to wear one, wear one. I don't give a crap, but I'm not wearing one. I mean, and this is all about my power and control, Steve. That's all it is. Power and control. Just crazy. I just can't stand listening to that Biden anymore. Like I said, he does not know what the hell he's talking about. There's no facts. There's no science. Same with Fauci. You remember him. Wear a mask. Wear 2 masks. Don't wear a mask. Wear goggles. I mean, he went on and on and on, backflipping on everything. You know, and here's the other thing, Steve. If you're telling people to wear a mask if you've been vaccinated, why would people go get a vaccination? Am I right?
Rand Paul spoke out about that this past day. Said, you know, this the Biden administration is actually, you know, creating their own demise. I mean, the whole narrative. Yes, I mean, you told people that if they got vaccinated, they wouldn't have to wear a mask anymore, and now you're telling them they have to. And that, for those that were hesitant to begin with, that's incentivizing them even more to say, well, why the hell should I even bother to get the shot?
Exactly, Steve. They're just such idiots. Idiots. Here's the other thing. Joe Biden said he's, you know, all that coronavirus money, there was like $50 billion left over. He wants all these local governments to put a bounty out saying, hey, we'll give you $100 if you get vaccinated. I mean, who the hell? I mean, but see, does he say anything about all the illegal aliens that are coming into this country that are infected with COVID, that are infected with Delta? They're not just coming from Mexico, South America. They're coming from Africa, the Middle East, you know, places that are really poor countries that they don't have that. They probably haven't even been vaccinated for the measles or the mumps or anything like that. The diseases that they're bringing in. I mean, you know, he doesn't talk about that. You know, it's only U.S. citizens and Trump supporters need to wear masks, not the illegals that are coming across the border. We don't really care about them wearing a mask. We don't care about them getting vaccinated. Just a hypocrisy, Steve. It's just unbelievable. And then I was reading another article in Just the News. Do you know that if you're an illegal alien and you get on an airliner to go get shipped across the country in the middle of the night, that you don't need any photo ID, no security clearance, nothing, you know? I know when I got on that damn plane, I had to show them who I was, or they weren't going to let me on. But if you're an illegal alien, Steve, you can fly anywhere in the country in the middle of the night.
I saw that story.
And the federal transportation.
They're actually making exceptions for illegals, right? Because they don't have an ID, and they're letting them fly.
Yep. So, you know, 9/11 all over again. So they're letting these people on airliners, we don't even know who the hell they are. They could be a terrorist from Yemen, you know, some Al-Qaeda operative that just got let on an airliner, and now what's he going to do with that thing? Here's his opportunity.
They say they're going to do a background check. Well, someone who just snuck into the country, snuck across the border, unless they've been here before and been booted out, which technically they would be a felon for being here again, they're not going to have any background information on them. It's ludicrous. If you hadn't heard, as the Biden administration ramps up the release of illegals detained at the southern border, they are exempting many from the TSA's government photo ID rules for airline travel, giving them special permission to fly after a, quote, background check. TSA officials say they're confident the screenings that Customs and Border Protection officials are doing before they're permitted onto domestic flights is ensuring security. But a former head of Customs and Border Protection just says, I'm not sure about that. I'm sure they're doing as much due diligence as possible. Now, he was acting commissioner under President Trump and chief of U.S. Border Patrol and acting director of ICE under Barack Obama. He says, but when you have 180,000 people crossing a month, many don't have the official travel documents needed to ensure identity. There's only so much you can do. All American passengers are required to provide a government-issued photo ID. Usually a state-issued driver's license or a passport, Homeland Security trusted traveler card or a green card, Department of Defense ID. There are procedures when an American forgets their ID at the airport that would require filling out extensive paperwork, waiting for ID verification, then undergoing a pat-down. Illegals being released from detention pose additional challenges. If they didn't arrive at the border with a passport or other government-trusted ID, some arrive with a birth certificate issued by foreign countries or have generic IDs that don't carry the same weight as a passport. Hell, they print IDs south of the border by the millions. Here's your ID. Here's your ID. Now, they're printing them in basements here. TSA officials say that Customs and Border Protection calls consulates and embassies for the home countries when migrants are detained without official travel papers to try and ascertain their identity before allowing them to take a flight. All right, 24 past the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, get back up to the calls here on a Friday morning. Good to have you with us. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Steve. Believe it or not, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with a lot of your callers, but I don't agree with a lot of your callers. I'll tell you that. But I'll tell you something, Steve. You are the Joe Biden of college football, hiding in the damn basement. You know, I do remember a lot of discussions with you and Mr. Ed about the Big Ten Conference back when the playoffs were starting, and then you want to sit there and act like, well, I don't understand college sports. So I'm calling you the Joe Biden of college football. But it's all over but the crying. I never dreamed that I would have to go for the damn Southeast Conference, Steve. I never dreamed it. Never dreamed it. I'm still having a hard time digesting that, but I'm going to have to get over it and accept it for what it is.
Well,
but
what
it's
about
all over but the crime?
What about after your call the other morning? There's somebody sent me the link to the story where it's supposedly the SEC is having, quote, discussions with Ohio State, Michigan, Clemson, and then there were several others on the list there. Did you look into that at all?
Yeah. They're trying to create between them and their bed partners, ESPN, trying to create one huge football conference. It goes back to it's all about the money. Almost like a college NFL, Steve. Serious.
Hmm.
And it to me it's gonna I ain't gonna sit there and say it's gonna ruin college football, but it's sure changing the landscape of college football. Now, is it changing it for the better? I guess it depends on how you look at it as a fan and what team you might be rooting for. Yeah, they come find out ESPN along with the Southeast Conference were kind of the ones that was pushing this Oklahoma, Texas. But I think a lot of it too was Texas and Oklahoma was fed up with Fox Sports, and that's what got them into the bed with the Southeast Conference because of the way they were being paid and the way the scheduling. I know Oklahoma was sick of the 11 a.m. kickoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I do know that. But it's going to be interesting to see how this all unfolds. I don't think they're done. I really don't. I think you're going to end up with four big power conferences. And right now, I believe there's 5. You know, that's with the Big 12. But
yeah.
I don't see how the Big 12 can survive. Now, I really don't. I got to tell you, did you hear Monkey Gouger?
Did I hear him?
Did you? Yeah. Could you not tell the difference between his call last night and tonight? How he sounded?
He sounded kind of. He was
congested.
Congested?
Yes. You couldn't tell by the way he was talking?
I thought he sounded kind of despondent.
Yeah, he was either tired, very, very tired, or just no, he wasn't despondent. Well, maybe it was, you know, because he takes this stuff pretty serious. Because in the long run, it's going to affect him. It's going to affect everybody.
Sure.
But no, he was. I think he's congested now. I hope he ain't trying to come down with COVID. But I called him after he called you and confronted him about it, and he said it was, you know, he's up there where he's at. There's a lot of cattle pen and what have you, and it might be the air quality of air he's at to breathe.
Well, he just got through with that. What he had that that lung. It wasn't the lung thing. What was it? He had the respiratory deal that he had to go through antibiotics and all that. He just came off of that.
Yeah, well, then he may be coming back at him.
He got sick when
I
he was
didn't realize he had had anything.
When he went up to Myrtle Beach, he got sick and it's sicker than hell. Yeah.
You know, you probably ain't He's trying to fight COVID or something. But can we talk about that? Can we talk about Joe Biden? Did you hear his speech today?
I didn't hear his speech. I'm hearing the headlines of what he's saying, but let me get my quick news break in here. Don't want to get too far behind, and we'll be happy to do that on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden says coronavirus cases are going up in states with low vaccination rates. He says medical experts predict
The cases will go up further before they start to come back down.
millions of federal workers will be required to verify they've been vaccinated against the coronavirus or else face mandatory masking, weekly testing, social distancing, and other new rules.
Right now, too many people are dying, or watching someone they love dying and saying, if I just got vaccinated, it's heartbreaking.
The president is also directing the Defense Department to look into adding the coronavirus shot to the list of required vaccinations for members of the military. The recent spike in coronavirus cases is tied to the Delta variant in people who are not vaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-993-1358. 800-993-1358. That's 800-993-1358.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, where we leave off there. I think Steve mentioned our Monkey Gouger brought up talking about arresting anybody who doesn't put on a mask in the U.S. Capitol. Kind of funny how the Capitol Police Chief came out after the order and said, ordering officers to report House members that are not abiding by the mask mandate. They issued a statement late this past day backing down on the threat of arrest, right about the time that Congress passed $71 million in new funding for the Capitol Police. They tweeted out a statement regarding the House mask rule. There is no reason it should ever come to someone being arrested. Anyone who does not follow the rule will be asked to wear a mask or leave the premises. The department's requirement for officers to wear masks is for their health and safety. That was Thomas Manger, Capitol Police Chief. He was named the new chief just last week and had warned members of Congress would be subject to arrest for unlawful entry under D.C. Code 22-3302. Same day, both the House and Senate resoundingly passed a $2.1 billion funding measure that delivers $71 million taxpayer funds for the Capitol Police to cover overtime cost, hire new officers, and other expenses. Senate approved that legislation this past afternoon, 98-0. House passed it immediately afterward, 416-11. There were 5 fiscal conservatives and 6 progressive Democrats who backed defunding the police, including the Squad. That's the ones that voted against the funding. So it goes now to Biden's desk for official signature. Manger tweeted a statement on the funding boost for his police. We're extremely grateful for the hard work of our congressional stakeholders and everyone who helped pass this legislation. This is a major step toward making necessary adjustments for our department, supporting our workforce, and carrying out our critical mission. I don't know. Republicans on Twitter flaunted opposition to the mask arrest threat. Thomas Massey said, "This is insane. Might as well come into my office and arrest my entire staff. We're not wearing masks. I support the Capitol Hill Police, but the chief of police made a mistake. The physician and the chief of police don't have this authority. Yeah, Massey, of course, rebuking Nancy Pelosi for being behind all this, using the Capitol Police as her muscle. She needs to start acting like a representative of the people instead of like a dictator and a hypocrite. Noting Pelosi was not wearing a mask in the House on Thursday. She's a hypocrite. She's a tyrant. It's got to stop. And we're fighting her today. Massey also sued Pelosi in federal court for her mask mandate and vowed to take it all the way to the Supreme Court. Massey, he was signed on with, what's her name? And Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think she was the one out of Georgia. She's been a thorn in the side of Pelosi. Monday night announcing that she and others were bringing a lawsuit against Pelosi. We're announcing a federal lawsuit against Speaker Pelosi, the queen of the House of Hypocrites. I'm proud to have Representative Massey and Representative Ralph Norman standing by my side. If Pelosi really wanted answers, they tweeted about the Capitol January 6th thing. If she wanted answers, she wouldn't have blocked Jim Banks and Jim Jordan. Instead, Pelosi's partisan circus kicks off. Massey responded to a story highlighting an interview where Pelosi this past weekend, where she said that she wants House members to go back to wearing masks. We will fight this. She wants masks nationwide. She wants them on all of our kids this fall. She knows if she can make it happen for the TV cameras in the House chamber, she can make it happen anywhere. It ain't happening, Pelosi. So that's where they're going back and forth. The mask mandate's the latest fight. All right, welcome back, Big Ed.
Steve, let me ask you. Thank you for letting me come back, because I've got several questions. What, by her wanting people to wear masks, what's the underlying motive that's so negative? And the reason I'm saying that, listen to what I'm saying. If you listen to President Biden tonight, or yet today, he said one thing that really resonated with me. With freedom comes personal responsibility. All right. Now, okay, they're letting people come across that border. Now, as far as I know, people are saying, well, they're not being forced to get a shot. Has there been a report come out saying that they're not making these people get a shot? Is there proof that they're not? How do we know they're not giving these people the vaccination down there?
Only thing I've seen officially, no, yes, it has officially been reported. They're cutting people loose supposedly if they test positive. Without the shot. Supposedly if you test positive, they try to separate them from the others that are being held at the facilities. Supposedly they make them quarantine for 14 days, but essentially they're letting them loose and telling them to quarantine when they reach their destination, kind of thing.
And then I'm assuming, which I can't prove it, that they're telling them too that, hey, if you're going to be in this country, you need to get a shot. Which, to me, it's if they forced them to get a shot, then it's kind of going against what everybody. It's playing along to what I keep hearing the callers call in there and say. They're not going to force me to get a shot. So why should those people be forced to get a shot? Does that make sense?
I think the point...
They're coming over here because of the freedoms?
Yeah, the point trying to be made, though, is, they're trying to tell everyone, me and you, to get a shot, but they're allowing these people to come in without the shot, and they're coming in positive for COVID.
Okay.
And they're breaking the law to begin.
Correct.
They're breaking the law to begin with by crossing the border.
Right. you're right. You're absolutely right. I don't disagree with that. But we have a problem in this country, Steve. You faced the problem. I faced the problem. Eagle faces the problem. The Steve that just called in faces the problem. If they're turning these people loose, and they are being big contribution to the continuing fight of the COVID virus, what do you and I then it becomes that personal responsibility. What do I have to do to protect me from the politics, from the bad decision making? How do I go about protecting myself? One, I get the shot, and if wherever I go they require a mask, even though I hate wearing that sucker, that's based on medical recommendations, and these politicians are passing it along. You know, they may not be doing it, mother, pretty please do it, but they're, you know, it's the way they're selling their message, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. If that's their recommendation, and I go to a shipper, a manufacturer, that part of their manufacturing, they're dealing with the federal government, with the federal government saying, hey, if you're going to deal with us, you're going to have a shot. Two, you're going to wear that mask. And so therefore I go into that shipper and that mandate's there that I've got to have that mask on. What am I proving by saying, by God, I ain't wearing that damn mask? Therefore, it's my personal responsibility to take care of myself and what my needs are to be able to continue to work out here, and prayerfully that I don't get that COVID. Are you with me on what I'm trying to say?
I mean, I get what you're saying.
Like,
I think if you look at the reality, though, we know the masks don't really work unless you're wearing an N95 mask. These little, these cloth masks and these little procedure masks. I mean, Ed, when everyone in the country was wearing a mask, why was the COVID spiking to unprecedented levels? It's because the masks weren't doing any damn thing.
Okay. So, all right. Let's say we get that thought pushed. So if they come out and say, okay, you got to wear the what do you call it, the M95 mask?
Yeah, N95, right.
So is everybody going to fight against wearing that? Because right now the only two things that I'm aware of, or three things. One, go hide in the house, don't participate, stay hid, or get that shot to help fight it if I do get it, or what you just said, the M95 mask. Or if they say just wear a mask, and even though that question mark hangs out there that it don't do no good, I see as a personal responsibility, I've got to wear it. And that, okay, maybe it's time. It's just like we got high inflation. They can't find people to work. Somewhere down the line, these people that come across that border are going to be working, and they're the ones going to be taking these jobs. The same thing with truck drivers. All these truck drivers. I ain't taking that shot. I ain't wearing that mask. Well, they'll replace you with a Mexican truck driver then, my friend. Because it's detrimental that we as professional drivers do our part to keep this country moving. Don't you think? And that becomes personal responsibility. I've got a personal responsibility to myself, to the company I'm pulling for, and to the manufacturer I'm picking up. So I really, that thing about personal responsibility hit home. I'm just wondering how many owner-operators are out there, such as a Moose. Maybe Moose disagree. He's got several trucks. I know, as far as I know, Moose ain't hip on getting this shot. Are you with me?
No, I'm just listening, Ed. I'm kind of biting my tongue, if you know what I mean.
Well, go. Feel free, Steve. Feel free. So I would say to Moose, are you prepared to give up your business Are you going to let your drivers tell you they're not going to get that shot if the government mandates it? What are you going to do? If they tell you most, you're going to get that shot, and you're going to give up on your business? Go ahead, Steve. I'll shut up.
Ed, what it's coming to, you see what's going on around the rest of the world. It's coming down. They told us early on, 8 months ago, that the government is not going to require everyone to get vaccinated. Incrementally, step by step, federal workers are now being required. Employees at various hospitals and employers are now free to require their employees to get it or lose their job. In France, you can't go into a bar, you can't go into a restaurant, you can't go into the grocery store. That's where we're going. Eventually, the mandate is coming down. Every damn body's going to have to get this unknown shot, unknown consequences from 2 to 5 to 10 years from now. The virus is mutating. The Delta virus, the Delta variant, the shot isn't apparently working very well on it. As they've already confirmed, you've had the shot, Ed. If you get the Delta variant, you're going to be shedding just as much virus as Steve Sommers, who hasn't had the shot. So you're going to be passing it around to other people anyway. The virus is going to continue to mutate. How many more shots are you going to get, Ed, of this stuff that you don't even know what the hell's in it?
Steve, all those things that you talked about was based on assumption. They assumed that this thing was going to get in control. They assumed that these masks were going to work because that's all they had to fight with.
Well, they said it was the science, Ed. Follow the science. If it's science, it's definitive. So, in other words, we've been following a bunch of assumptions.
Well, yes, that's exactly what it is, because science at times is an assumption. I guarantee you, Steve, until they can prove it, that this is a fix that's going to stop this. We, as citizens, it was the Republicans, Steve, that pushed these various vaccinations. Am I correct? It was under President Trump's leadership.
Kind of funny.
It's like Joe Biden said today.
Kind of funny that you'd bring that up, Ed.
Like
let me take you back. Go back to the archives when Donald Trump was still president, and I want you to look at the Democrats, including Kamala Harris and all those that were running for president at the time, saying that if Trump comes up with the vaccine, I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to trust it because it was Trump pushing it. I shared the archive. I've got the video, audio proof showing all these Democrats saying if Trump does it, you can't trust it. It may be bad. I'm not going to take it. Now they're changing the narrative because they're in charge.
Yes, they did. I will give you that. But the fact stands, President Trump pushed that vaccination.
Sure. And he still tells people. He's still telling people today.
They balked at it, but now, go ahead.
Trump is still saying he's telling you to get the shot. He got the shot. He's in support of it. I mean, just because you're a Trump supporter doesn't mean you're a shot supporter.
Well, who do you trust more, President Trump or your liberal left?
I don't trust anyone because Trump doesn't know. Trump's not a scientist. Dr. Fauci's not a scientist. He's the head of the infectious disease. He's not the one that actually knows what's going on behind the scene. I don't trust something that's going to alter
but he's our chosen. He would. Go ahead, Steve.
We're injecting something that's going to alter our genes, our DNA, and they do not know what the implications are going to be in the future. We do know that people are dying from it. Okay, the benefit outweighs the risk. There's over 10,000 that have died from taking the shot, Ed. I mean, would I rather risk the virus or risk the shot? I don't know if I'm going to be one of those that keels over or has a heart attack the minute they stick the crap in me.
Steve, I wish I would have wrote his name down. There was a conservative talk show host. Maybe you know him.
Phil Valentine. He's in the ICU, and he's on a ventilator right now, and he felt the same way as I did.
Right. Now, as a friend, Steve, I deeply care about you. I would pray that you would reconsider. But we all do, whether we like it or not, have a personal responsibility. Now, until they give me something else to fight this with, I've got to do my best to follow their guidelines without being part of the problem. And I think that's what Spaceman was trying to tell everybody. I didn't hear the full gist of his email. But now, and President Biden mentioned it today, the people that are not getting this shot have now become part of the problem. And Steve, that's all my baloney.
All right, Ed.
Or BS. Let me put it like that. I don't want to steal from Knucklebuster. Thanks, sir.
Have a good morning and have a great weekend. All right, for your official number. So they are offering vaccines to illegals. They are not requiring them to take it, and apparently about a third of those are refusing to take it. So I guess when it comes to those coming in from other parts of the world, it's about the same percentage as the U.S. residents. About 30% of detainees are declining to take the vaccine. ICE reported 1,376 COVID cases among inmates in custody as of Wednesday. Total number of inmates held by ICE was 27,067. That was actually the weekend of July 16th, a couple of weeks ago. Let's see, 1,095 COVID cases recorded in facilities overseen by the field offices in San Antonio, El Paso, Houston, Phoenix, San Diego. Another 69 cases at hotels that are being used to house temporary migrants. It's not clear how many have been offered a vaccine. However, last week they said ICE had distributed more than 95% of an initial allotment of 10,000 doses of the single-shot Johnson & Johnson vaccine. All right, so if I'm doing the math in my head, I'm sharing this from the New York Post. If they allocated 10,000 doses of the J&J vaccine, in the month of June, we had 188,000 people come across the border. That's a far cry from anywhere close to enough to be distributed. It's just some of the numbers that they're sharing here. Okay, we'll get our news update. We close out hour number 2 on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden says coronavirus cases are going up in states with low vaccination rates. He says medical experts predict
that cases will go up further before they start to come back down.
Millions of federal workers will be required to verify they've been vaccinated against the coronavirus or else face mandatory masking, weekly testing, social distancing, and other new rules.
Right now, too many people are dying. They're watching someone they love dying and saying, if I just got vaccinated, it's heartbreaking.
The president is also directing the Defense Department to look into adding the coronavirus shot to the list of required vaccinations for members of the military. The recent spike in coronavirus cases is tied to the Delta variant in people who are not vaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
About 400,000 workers in the U.S. have filed new unemployment claims, according to the Labor Department in its weekly report. The number of new filings is a decrease of about 24,000 from the previous week. For the week ending July 24th, there were about 3.3 million continuing claims, which lagged the initial claims by a week. The largest increases for the latest available data were seen in Michigan, Texas, Kentucky, Missouri, and Illinois. The greatest decreases in claims were seen in New York, Puerto Rico, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Georgia. First Lady Jill Biden has undergone a medical procedure at Walter Reed Hospital to remove a sharp object that got lodged in her foot when she was walking on the beach in Hawaii last weekend. She was there attending 2 official events. She stopped over in Hawaii after attending the opening ceremonies of the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A governor in Texas is taking steps to try to curb the illegal immigrants crossing the border. USA Radio's Dan Naraki reports.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has moved to stop the transportation of illegal migrants in his state. His executive order bans the ground transportation of those released into the country to await court dates or processing, and only allows for them to be moved by law enforcement officials. Senator Ted Cruz says that President Biden has allowed the crisis at the southern border to become a superspreader event. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that the White House's policies have allowed the virus to spread in border states.
The Biden administration has released over 50,000 illegal aliens without even giving them a court date, just release them. And you know what? They're asked to report into ICE. About 13% of them report into ICE. It's spreading COVID in our communities. And I'll tell you right now, the election of Joe Biden becoming president of this country was a COVID super spreader event because they're releasing illegal aliens in South Texas and all across the country with COVID, and they're spreading COVID, and yet their radical policies, they don't want to do anything to protect us.
From the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau, I'm Dan Naraki.
A judge in Los Angeles has dismissed 1 out of 11 sexual assault counts against Harvey Weinstein. This gives the former movie mogul and convicted rapist a minor and possibly temporary victory. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, my turn again. Here we go. Friday coming on. Hey, this week a new law went into effect in Arkansas telling people to get out of the left lane, you left lane lagger. It was actually Wednesday. Act 1090 went into effect on Arkansas roadways. Previously, Arkansas drivers were allowed to use the left lane of a multi-lane roadway as long as they were not impeding the flow of traffic. Under the new law, drivers are banned from all use of the left lane, except in the following circumstances: when overtaking and passing another vehicle, proceeding in the same direction under the rules governing that movement. Number 2, when all other lanes for traveling in the same direction are closed to traffic while under construction or repair. Number 3, when all other lanes for traveling in the same direction are in disrepair or in an otherwise undrivable or unsafe condition. Or lastly, when a vehicle is preparing to exit the multi-lane highway on the left. State police remind drivers you still must obey the posted speed limits. I guess that's where the rub comes in. Posted speed limit 70, and a lot of traffic doing 75 or 78, and the 70-mile-an-hour driver in the high-speed lane says, well, I'm not going to break the speed limit. So I guess the idea is you're supposed to follow the speed limit, but we know everyone doesn't. I guess they can start ticketing you for hanging out in the left lane. I don't know. Those laws are in place in so many different states. I don't think they're all enforced all that much. Morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve?
Hey there. Happy Friday. Yep.
Hey, listen, God love Big Ed, but I got a question for him. Where is he going to draw the line? What happens when the government says, are you going to put this chip in your arm or you're not going to go to work? You're not going to go to the grocery store. They're using this excuse, this emergency excuse for this COVID to take our rights away, Steve. This whole mask thing ain't nothing. I think Steve said it earlier. It's a power trip. That's all it is. They can look out their windows and see everybody walking around with masks on and say, look at the power we got. Look out the window and look. Another thing about these vaccines, I said it the other night, Steve, what happens in 3 to 5 years, right?
Yeah.
90% of the people that took these vaccines start coming down with some serious complications. We don't know what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, God love Big Ed. I know he cares about you, and he's trying to talk you into getting this vaccine because he's worried about you. I get it. But what happens in 3 to 5 years from now, because you took that vaccine, you end up dead. I mean, that's an extreme,
sure,
going off from one extreme to the other here, but you know what I'm saying.
That's the questions we all have. I mean, that's what we're trying. I mean, and Phil Valentine, I think yesterday he opted to go on a ventilator because I guess he'd been struggling to breathe for I think he's been in there for almost a week. And my understanding is when you can't breathe, your body can only go so long. Your lungs struggle, and eventually your body kind of gives up and you die. And that's when you get to the point where your body is so exhausted that the ventilator is the only way you can continue breathing. He made the decision to go on a ventilator, supposedly to let his body relax and hopefully recover. I mean, he might die.
Right.
If he's on a vent. I mean, my understanding was the number of people, especially early on, if 80% of those that went on a vent died, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't good, my daughter came in for the other daughter's birthday, and she's a respiratory, works in the IC rooms up at LA hospital, LA emergency room out there. And she was trying, because I told her, I said, honey, I'm telling you, if I get this, and if I got to go on a ventilator, just let me go, man. I don't want to go on a ventilator. She was trying to tell me, Dad, it's not that bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not. They give you medicine, they give you painkillers, so you're relaxed. And I'm like, man, I don't know, But Yeah, where do you draw the line? What happens when you start giving up all these rights, and now they start taking them for other reasons? If you're going to work, you're going to have to give up your guns. If you got guns, if you own any guns, you're not. We're going to restrict your rights too. Where do you draw the line, Steve? I saw a video the other day down at the border where these illegals coming across are dropping their IDs and passports. They're intentionally coming across with no IDs and no passports because it makes it easier for them once they get in the United States. They know they won't be held. You follow me?
And at word of what's going on any given day, that the phones are ringing back to the home territory, telling people, I'm here, I got in. When you come up, don't bring any papers because it's easier without papers.
Yep, they're going to put you right on a bus and right on a plane. If you got an ID on you, you're going to be held for a little while. You got no ID, you're good to go. And they are literally finding these IDs and these passports scattered alongside the borderline. And this joke of a hearing that they're doing on January 6th.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Steve. What about when that White House was attacked? Remember that? Everybody seems to forget about the White House. Remember that when
supposedly when was Trump whisked into the secret bunker or something when that happened?
Yes, sir. And the media made fun of him because of it. And it wasn't Trump's decision. That was the Secret Service decision to do that.
Right.
Steve, there was over 50 Secret Service agents injured that night. Uniform and non-uniform agents, over 50 injured. They almost breached the White House, Steve. And it was all Black Lives Matter, Antifa, out there starting fires in D.C. Remember, after the RNC, after the convention, Steve, the chaos that happened after that, when Rand Paul, was accosted almost, verbally abused, trying to get to his car. How come there's no investigations under none of that, Steve?
Because that wouldn't make Trump look bad.
Out in Portland, when they were attacking the federal building for months, Steve, throwing Molotov cocktails, how many federal agents were hurt in that exchange? That went on for weeks. No investigation, no arrest. It's all a joke, Steve. Somebody was right. I think it was Big Ed that said, could you hear the tone in Monkey Gouger's voice tonight? I heard it. I know exactly what he was saying. Monkey Gouger's worried. He's worried about this country.
Mm-hmm. That's what I detected.
Yes. And said it a long time ago, you can only push good people so far. And I'm afraid we're getting to that breaking point. All right, that's all I got, Steve.
Guess the next question is, when that breaking point is reached, what happens? Then what? It's like, that's the scary part. Then what?
Steve, I hate to say it, but the media, these far left Democrats, I'm talking about the communists, far left socialists, they're trying to destroy this country, Steve. There's no ifs, ands, or doubt about it. Why the hell would you open a border like that and let all these people come across knowing that they can infect the rest of this country? Steve, they don't care. They could give two craps about us. They don't care. It just boggles everybody's mind how they can let this happen.
It's because they're compassionate. It's because they care. That's right.
Well, they sure as hell don't care about us, then, do they?
Uh-huh.
right?
Like Trump said, you don't have a country if you don't have borders. And right now, essentially, I guess you could say we kind of have a northern border, but we don't have a southern border.
See, they make it so obvious. If they're so compassionate, right? People down in Cuba, don't get on them boats and come over here. It's too dangerous. We won't let you in. Because it's all about, they know that the Cubans coming up here will vote Republican, Steve. They're not going to vote any socialist government in. Why wouldn't they accept Cuban refugees?
Yeah. And because the people in Cuba are actually in, I think, if I understand correctly, they're in more dire, I mean, it's not good in Mexico and it's not good in Guatemala and Honduras, but I think the Cubans are even in more dire straits than those other countries.
Yes, sir. And they refuse to allow them in. I mean, they'll shut the Canada border down, you know. They will not allow anybody from Cuba in. But when it comes to the border, the Mexican border, wide open. Come on in. Absolutely crazy.
People that will come in and be happy to accept as much as they can possibly receive for free, and that would be more inclined to lean toward continuing toward a socialist government, would it not?
You would think, but remember a couple weeks ago I was saying, man, I wonder if it would backfire on them. You know, that would be something if that would backfire on them. You know, because Steve, Hispanics are some of the hardest working people I know, man. You know, I don't think, you know, well-intended Hispanics coming across to actually better themselves. I don't really think they want a handout from the government, Steve. I think they want to come here to work, you know. And that's going to be another problem, what it's going to do to this economy, man. Like somebody else mentioned it, they're going to take all the jobs, you know. All these illegals are going to start taking jobs from Americans because some of these Americans, I got to watch my language here, Steve. You know, let's just say they don't want to get out and work. They'd rather take that check from the government.
Yeah.
What did you say the other night? $41,000?
That was the number that I read, that I shared. Yes.
Yeah, $41,000, Steve. So let me ask you this: if somebody says, "Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we'll give you a job making $45,000 a year," are you going to take that job, or are you going to sit home on your butt for $41,000? People will sit on their butts, Steve. It's the mentality of this younger generation. You could offer them $10,000 more a year. They'd still say, that's not enough for me to get out and work if I'm going to make $41,000 sitting on my butt.
Well, I guess the September deadline can't get here quick enough for the additional $300, right? That'll be here in short order, and we'll see who all goes back to work then.
Yeah. It's going to be like Junior turning 18 when he gets to mom and daddy's house, you know, kick him in the butt, get out of the house, get to work. Wake up, smell the coffee.
Yep.
Roll up.
Well,
all right, buddy. You have a good night.
Okay. I'm looking at a story here. What's his name? He just shared it with me on with the T Trucker. We don't hear from T Trucker anymore. I don't know if he's listening in or not, but literally in the process of while me and Pappy were conversing, when I asked the question, then what? This is actually from MSN. The Business Insider. Some of the headlines. A new poll offers an alarming picture of Republican beliefs about democracy. Almost half of Republicans said a time may very well come where they have to take the law into their own hands. a majority of Republicans endorsed potentially using force to uphold the traditional America. Less than a year after the storming of the Capitol, nearly half of the Republican voters say a time will come when patriotic Americans have to take the law into their hands. Nationwide survey by George Washington University School of Media and Public Affairs. Only about 29% of Americans agree with this statement on some level. Just 9% of Democrats. 49% said they disagree or strongly disagree. The poll found that a majority of Republicans, 55%, say the traditional American way of life is disappearing so fast, we may have to use force to save it. About 15% of Democrats agreed with that statement, but more Americans disagree at 46% than agree. You know, they break down numbers, but the poll found extremely low levels of trust among Republicans when it comes to elections. 82% said it's hard to trust the results of elections when so many people will vote for anyone who offers a handout. Only 15% of Democrats were on that page. Only 20% of Republicans were confident in the 2020 election results, compared to over 90% of Democrats. All right, so you're taking a small sampling, 1,700 and some change of voters. Poll conducted by YouGov. Thanks for sharing, T-Trucker. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, we return on a Friday. Looks like, boy, AOC and Rashida Tlaib, part of the squad, are furious with Senator Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona. as she does not support the $3.5 trillion spending plan proposed by Biden and the Democrats. Wednesday, Sinema and Ohio Republican Rob Portman announced a bipartisan infrastructure deal that would cost about $1 trillion. But she also told the Arizona Republic she was opposed to the larger $3.5 trillion package. AOC, in a tweet, responded to Sinema's opposition. She writes, "Good luck tanking your own party's investment on child care, climate action, and infrastructure while presuming you'll survive a 3-vote House margin, especially after choosing to exclude members of color from negotiations and calling that a bipartisan accomplishment." Talib tweeted a story about a 4-year-old girl missing after flash flood in Arizona. She wrote, "Sinema seems to not care that her own state is flooding, the West is burning, and infrastructure is crumbling. Sinema is more interested in gaining Republican friends and blocking much-needed resources than fighting for her residents' future." Sinema says her opposition to the spending plan, she said, "I reviewed the blueprint provided by the Budget Committee. I informed the upper chamber's leadership at the White House that while I support many of the goals that this proposal hopes to accomplish, like improving job growth, the economic competitiveness, I cannot support the cost of this package. I've also made clear that while I support beginning this process, I do not support a bill that costs $3.5 trillion, and in the coming months, I'll work in good faith to develop this legislation with my colleagues in the administration to strengthen Arizona's economy and help Arizona's everyday families get ahead." So they've got that. You see, you can't have one voice of dissent on the Democrat side because it's a 50-50 split. So the progressives are outraged with the suggestion that one of their own might not go along with it. All right, looks like we're up to news break time here. I got lines are pretty much locked up. We're locked and loaded here on a Friday morning. And we'll just return with more of your calls right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is setting up protocols for government workers as the Delta variant of the coronavirus surges in some parts of the country. Federal workers will have a choice, either get vaccinated or continue social distancing, masking up, and following travel restrictions. You also have to get a test in your nose twice a week. Biden said his administration is taking steps to apply the same standard to federal contractors.
Want to do business with the federal government, get your workers vaccinated.
He's also asking the Defense Department to look into how and when service members get their vaccine.
Our troops serve in places throughout the world, many where vaccination rates are low and disease is prevalent.
He said the government will reimburse private employers who give paid time off to workers who are getting vaccinated during work. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our energy factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellarelectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you much, and welcome back on a Friday, TGIF. All right, let's get back to the calls. Busy morning, for once. Ron, what's happening?
Morning. Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, I've been on hold for a while, but pretty busy night. But how do I follow those calls that you've been having? Man. Anyway, I posted that video. I sent you a little video. I put it on your Facebook, not Messenger.
Okay.
It'll just be right on your Facebook. But do you recall how many states ended that $300 a week federal benefit for unemployment?
I believe it was like 23, something like 23, 26.
Wasn't it like 26
yeah,
or something like that?
Exactly. Yes.
But I heard the other day that 5 or 6 states are filing in the courts to reinstate that. And I'm thinking for only 4 weeks left of it, Do they know something that we don't know? I mean, is it going to end? You know what I mean?
I know.
But they go through the hassle for 4 weeks?
Indiana and Maryland, I know those two, the courts have mandated they reinstate it. I'm not sure if there's others in the mix, but.
I know Florida was one. I thought Ohio was one. Florida had over 17,000 new cases of COVID, so we're not doing too well down here. And let's see, what else did I have? I had several things. Now I forget. Well, I can't remember now. I hate that. Oh, yeah. I went to the dentist in 1993, and they took x-rays of my teeth, and I had to go in the next day, and they pulled every one of my teeth. 28 of them I had pulled at one time. So I hope you don't get the same dentist that I had.
You're right.
I was 34 years old, and no, I wasn't a crackhead, but my mom had to have hers pulled when she was 24. The enamel was too soft, and they would just break off. But anyway, I don't know what else I had. I guess I'm going to have to start writing it down. I'll let somebody else get on here. That was about all I had.
All right, I pulled up my page and I see. I'll check out that video later. It's FDR's first 100.
It's kind of interesting.
Okay. FDR's first 100
it's only like
days.
9 seconds long.
Pretty okay. Yeah, very very short.
It's only like 9 seconds long.
Okay. I think I can find 10 seconds to to check that out. Let me jump down to, I'm not sure who we got on the line. Who we got here checking in?
Your uncle.
What's the name again? Your uncle?
That's right. You've been begging me to call you, so I thought I would.
Forrest.
Yeah, that's it.
What are you doing up at this late night hour?
Well, when you retire, you got time on your hands.
Okay.
Yep. So anyway, just thought I'd give you a call and congratulate you on your new show. I really enjoy it.
Well, thank you so much. What do you think about the state of affairs we're in, Forrest? You spent a lot of time in Washington, D.C., and you were kind of inside, in the know with the background of what goes on, the government inside the government. Are we in kind of scary times right now?
Absolutely. I spent 59 years in D.C. or in the federal government, and it is. There's little issues going on that some folks know about and some don't. And looks like Biden and his boys are taking care of a bunch of the things. And it's just really weird to see what's happening.
Kind of almost frightening. And I mean, you were hanging on. You heard the numbers I just shared. I mean, are we? You think are we going to see some sort of an uprising in this country at some point in time when the patriotic Americans say we've had enough?
Well, it's a possibility, Steve. I worked for my last 26 years with the federal government. I worked for the Veterans Administration, building hospitals for the vets, and I got to travel all around the country and see, talk to the vets and visit these other areas outside of D.C. And it come to my opinion is that the politicians do not understand anything outside the Beltway. They think everything inside the Beltway is the way it is all over the country. And it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. And I can guarantee you that is not the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of difference outside Beltway, no doubt about it.
And you finally found it was time to just get out of the Beltway, huh?
Well, I did. I was going to wait till this year to retire so I could have 60 years of federal service. And I enjoyed, Steve, I enjoyed my military service except for my combat that I had to deal with. And I don't know of anybody that enjoys combat, but I enjoyed the vets. I enjoyed the Veterans Administration. I enjoyed working for the VA and building and inspecting hospitals. And I actually enjoyed time sitting down and just talking with the vets and the people that treated the vets. And it's fulfilling, and I enjoyed it. The problem we had was that, the VA is a political organization like the rest of the federal government is, and unfortunately, we have an IT service in the VA it's going rampant, and they're doing things, and they're just doing things that, to me, I think is just dangerous. So I just told my boss, and I told the director of construction in the Veterans Administration, I said, I can't put up with this and have my name associated with all this. I'm just not doing it. So I just decided, I talked it over with the wife, and we just decided to go ahead and pull the plug a year early instead of waiting until this year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just one of those things. But I really enjoyed working as long as I did, and I still enjoy the vets. I see them time to time here in where we live out here in Tennessee. We moved back to Tennessee instead of going around Virginia and stuff. Virginia is just, some of the truckers when I was younger was calling it the communist state. Well, I think it's more than the communist state now. That it's just rampant what they're doing with these red flag laws up in Virginia. What the governor is down in Richmond is doing with this thing and allowing it to be done in Virginia. And this you just can't get over the amount of confiscations that they're doing in Virginia and the repatriations of firearms that are confiscated. It's like nil and none.
Wow.
Compared to what they're confiscated. It's just unreal. And the people don't understand. You get these, everybody's all complaining about New York, New Jersey, in the eastern side of the country where I lived at. Well, they screw up their country areas there, their towns and their systems and all that sort of thing. And then they move to other states and they carry their politics with them and start screwing their states up. So it's just a matter of time before this stuff migrates. And I would imagine, to answer your question more thoroughly before, there's a lot of people are going to just not put up with it too much anymore once that stuff start happening. And I don't know what time it's going to take or what lifetime it's going to take to do it in, but sooner or later it's going to happen. It's happened before in this country, and as they said. As Romulus said in Hunt for Red October, a revolution every now and then is a good thing. So, and we've gone through our share of them in history, and unfortunately, we don't appear to learn from the history since we're not teaching it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
In the schools, public schools especially, we don't seem to learn from it. So I don't know when that's going to happen, but I can see it happening especially with the migration from people in California over to Arizona and New Mexico and up to Washington, Portland, and these other places. I can understand what's happening. It don't take a rocket scientist to figure it out.
Yeah. Well, they've had this agenda taking us down the path towards socialism. What do you think are prospects will enough people have woke up by 2022 to maybe try to put a pause on what's going on for the first 4 years of the Biden administration, take back the House or Senate or both?
Boy, I certainly hope so. It seems like my emails are still flying from the DC area, and I read a lot of the emails on my computer, and it's amazing on what people are talking about, what people are doing. And yes, I think it'll work. I think it's coming. And I'm hoping that these emails are just not emails that makes people look good and just want to solicit money for their own little things that they're doing. And I hope they're doing it what they're advertising that they're doing it for. And if they are doing it, I think we may stand a pretty good chance to at least get back the House or maybe the Senate. I think it may happen. I certainly hope it does. I've always liked, it's a funny thing, Steve, that politicians don't understand business. Now, I've been a businessman myself for years, and they don't understand business. And I learned a real serious lesson when I was in the early part of my federal service, and I took a sabbatical from the federal service to honor a promise I made to a friend of mine that was running a system in Midwest Corporation, where I became the director of federal sales and service for the corporation. And I learned real quick in private industry that, most people don't consider nothing but the bottom line. They don't care what you did for them yesterday or a week ago or a month ago. They want to know, what are you doing for them now? And most bosses that you deal with will say very simple that this is not going to work. And basically what they do is if you can't toe the line, there's a door, and they'll get somebody else that will. And when Trump started doing that, I had no deal that I knew what was going to happen when Donald Trump got in there. He run the White House like he run a business. That's what he was elected for. And they got all upset with him getting rid of all the people up there. Well, he was the type of person that if you don't perform, then you're out the door, and he learned a serious lesson after the first year that federal employees like myself, it's really, once you're tenured in the federal service, it's awful hard to get rid of. Very hard, very difficult. Well, Trump learned how to get around that. He was what he did. He's moved people out into other areas and put them in do-nothing jobs if they could or whatever it is. And then actually a lot of them would just retire or just separate from the service after that. And then when Congress give him the authority to fire federal employees on performance, a lot of folks don't know, but I can speak for the VA that the VA reaped a lot of that senior staff being let go by the Trump administration for not doing their job. And some secretaries actually was let go because of that. I hated to see one secretary go because I thought he was a pretty good one. But, buck stops with the secretary, and that's what happens. But the VA, and I would presume the other parts of the federal government was the same with him, that the VA lost a lot. I always said that there was, in the VA, you had to have a meeting to determine what meeting you have to go to. With all the mid-level bureaucrats and the mid-level, just mid-level operations that you got to deal with. Well, Donald Trump stopped a lot of that in the VA, and I can tell you right now that we competed with the open hospitals, civilian hospitals, on a lot of times, and Trump was the one who incorporated what they call free choice with the VA or the vets, I would say. And if the VA didn't perform, then the vet had the right to go to another hospital or another medical facility that they were more happy with than the Veterans Administration. And we consistently, in the medical care, we got the same votes of happiness and of authority, for how we did the work in the medical field in the hospital. The problem is it's the politics in the VA that is causing the rub on a lot of this. I don't know why it takes so long to get a record that is in the DOD when a DOD person retires and goes in or separated, gets injured, or a catastrophic thing happens on the battlefield, and they move them from the VA. I mean, from the military, which is a short-term care medical capability, into the VA that is a long-term care. That's what we did. And what it takes, where it took so long to get the records transferred to where it was done. And I personally know that they had the capability to do that a long time ago if they would just listen to some of us grunts on the ground that knew how the stuff worked. But unfortunately, if you're not a GS-14 or 15 or SES 1, 2, or 3, you're going to, everything you do is going to be political. It's not going to be probably about 5% factual and 95% political. You know how that goes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Well, somebody said Uncle Forrest gets the big cookie this Friday morning.
Well, I don't really know what that is, but I have listened to you, and you and I have talked many times personally and privately and what have you, and I've always been fond of you, Steve, and especially you and Lisa and all of your family that you have, and to see how you're doing now, and from the issue that you had to deal with, and the professionalism you did to deal with that situation, and now what you're doing now, I just think it's admirable, and I give the folks who are supporting you now physically and physically with fiscal FI,
fiscally,
PH,
financially, monetarily, yes,
financially, and I just give them kudos for doing it and working with you and getting you in the situation where you're at now. I think, and a lot of you folks out in the field, I'm a communication engineer, and I did a lot of things like that. But what a lot of folks don't know, but I drove a truck for 14 years when I was a military guy. I just didn't have the money to make ends meet. So I worked for CNS Towing out of Northern Virginia, and I started with a Holmes 440 regular automobile wrecker, and I stopped with a Peterbilt large 3-axle truck, what we used as recovery truck instead of a wrecker, and I used to go recover tractor trailers and other heavy trucks and would pull them sometimes for 2,000 miles or 1,000 miles from where they broke down at to where they had to over in the other areas of the country where they would have a contract, contracts to fix and repair their facilities. It was cheaper for them to pay us. They'll go get them and tow them back and deliver their cargo than it was for them to get repaired on the road. And I find that, I don't know if it's still the same way now. That was probably 25 years ago, 30 years ago when that happened. But I drove big trucks, fall trucks, and recovery vehicles. And I understand what Detroit diesels are and Cummins diesels are and Perkins diesels are. I understand all of that because I worked on them and actually was a part of that for 14 years while I moonlighted in the military to make ends meet.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So I do associate with some of your folks out in the field. I've met some of them personally, and we get along quite well together because we share a lot of the same thing. Although my main operation is construction and engineering and electronics. But I understand what it is to be a truck driver, and I understand what it is to have to go out and do what their stuff is, and I understand what happens when they break down or they have accidents on the side of the road. And most of the accidents that they get blamed for is not their fault. I could see that when I went to some of those accidents, but unfortunately, you know, a tow truck driver doesn't have too much say so, you know, with the folks that's investigating the accidents that they have. All we're done is we're required to get in and get it cleaned up as soon as we can.
Well, thanks so much for staying up late burning the midnight oil with us, Uncle Forrest. Tell Aunt Frances we said hello.
I will do that, and the best to you and your family and the folks that are supporting you that, you know, at Hot Shot. And I just thank the world of them and for putting up with you. and maybe it's vice versa for you putting up with them. I don't know, but it seems to be a real good mix.
Yeah, it's a mutual street. I think we're on the same page and we got the same goals in mind. So
I think so. So anyway, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Have a great night, good weekend, and we'll chat again. Don't be a stranger, as they say. I didn't realize who that was holding on, see? Said something about an uncle, but uncle who? Morning, Big Moose.
Hey, bud, you better go ahead and take your break.
Oh. Uh-oh.
I just tell you that now. Just go ahead. I'll just hold patiently.
You got something about equal time. Oh, no. Get ready for the Big Moose. Yeah, we are about, what are we looking at? About a minute before. Yeah, we do have news break just ahead. Meanwhile, it's 844-3388. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, you'd think you'd have better things to spend money on. New Jersey, the governor there announcing some of your service areas on the Garden State Parkway are going to be renamed for celebrities who hail from New Jersey. 9 rest areas will be renamed after iconic New Jersey Hall of Fame inductees in the arts, entertainment, sports. One of New Jersey's most beloved celebrities, Bruce Springsteen, reportedly declined the offer of a rest area named in his honor. This is about putting New Jersey greatness on full display, says the governor. I'm looking through some of the names here. Let's see. The James Gandolfini Service Area. That'll be the renamed Montvale. Brookdale North will soon become the Larry Doby Service Area. Brookdale South will become the Connie Chung Service Area. Vauxhall becomes the Whitney Houston Service Area. Cheesequake becomes the John Bon Jovi Service Area. You'll also have the Judy Blume Service Area, Celia Cruz. The Atlantic will become the Frank Sinatra Service Area. Then you'll also have the Toni Morrison Service Area. Okay, but that'll take us to the news update here, top of the hour. Much more to come on a Friday. TGIF. Good to have you with us. Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden says coronavirus cases are going up in states with low vaccination rates. He says medical experts predict
that cases will go up further before they start to come back down.
Millions of federal workers will be required to verify they've been vaccinated against the coronavirus or else face mandatory masking, weekly testing, social distancing, and other new rules.
Right now, too many people are dying. They're watching someone they love dying and saying, if I just got vaccinated, it's heartbreaking.
The president is also directing the Defense Department to look into adding the coronavirus shot to the list of required vaccinations for members of the military. The recent spike in coronavirus cases is tied to the Delta variant in people who are not vaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
About 400,000 workers in the U.S. have filed new unemployment claims, according to the Labor Department in its weekly report. The number of new filings is a decrease of about 24,000 from the previous week. For the week ending July 24th, there were about 3.3 million continuing claims, which lagged the initial claims by a week. The largest increases for the latest available data were seen in Michigan, Texas, Kentucky, Missouri, and Illinois. The greatest decreases in claims were seen in New York, Puerto Rico, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Georgia. First Lady Jill Biden has undergone a medical procedure at Walter Reed Hospital to remove a sharp object that got lodged in her foot when she was walking on the beach in Hawaii last weekend. She was there attending 2 official events. She stopped over in Hawaii after attending the opening ceremonies of the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A governor in Texas is taking steps to try to curb the illegal immigrants crossing the border. USA Radio's Dan Naraki reports.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has moved to stop the transportation of illegal migrants in his state. His executive order bans the ground transportation of those released into the country to await court dates or processing, and only allows for them to be moved by law enforcement officials. Senator Ted Cruz says that President Biden has allowed the crisis at the southern border to become a superspreader event. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that the White House's policies have allowed the virus to spread in border states.
The Biden administration has released over 50,000 illegal aliens without even giving them a court date, just release them. And you know what? They're asked to report into ICE. About 13% of them report into ICE. It's spreading COVID in our communities. And I'll tell you right now, the election of Joe Biden becoming president of this country was a COVID super spreader event because they're releasing illegal aliens in South Texas and all across the country with COVID, and they're spreading COVID. And yet their radical policies, they don't want to do anything to protect us.
From the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau, I'm Dan Naraki.
A judge in Los Angeles has dismissed 1 out of 11 sexual assault counts against Harvey Weinstein. This gives the former movie mogul and convicted rapist a minor and possibly temporary victory. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we are back on a Friday. I got so excited I was so pleasantly surprised. Uncle Forrest, first time he's ever called. Now, I think it was last weekend. I had a little chat with him, sat on the back deck on a Saturday morning, talking about the good, the bad, the ugly, the world we live in. And I told him at the time, I said, you got to call the program. You got to call in sometime. I'll get you a $60 code. Maybe that's what he stayed up for. Hey, Uncle Forrest, I got your number here. I'll pass that on to the powers that be, and yeah, we'll get you a coupon code for Hot Shot Secret. You got to try this stuff, right? That way you can call back sometime and tell us just how good it really is. So $60 worth of merchandise. You'll get a text message with the code to use at checkout. And when you check out, it'll be shipping included. So $60 worth of merchandise and free shipping to boot. And thanks for calling in. All right, I'm guessing we've probably already freebased about 3 lisinoprils. Morning, Big Moose.
Working on the 4th one, and damn if it ain't noon already.
Oh, no.
All right. I'm gonna get started here. What price do you think the average American puts on their individual freedom?
Honestly,
I'd have to say it's probably pretty low because most of them take it for granted.
In this day, I was going to say, in this day and age, I don't know. It's not as, I mean, so many are willing to sacrifice their freedoms for, whatever.
That's right. Well, they're willing to sacrifice their freedoms for rights that do not directly pertain to them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that a guy in Lincoln, Nebraska wouldn't have no problem giving up a sailboat. You know what I'm saying? Because he's got no practical use for it. You know what I mean? But when it starts directing them, affecting them directly, then it's a whole nother story. Okay? If you're going to protect the rights and freedoms of the everyman, that includes the guy who chooses to join Black Panthers or the Hells Angels or the whatever. That includes the guy who wants to burn the American flag and fly the Black Lives Matter flag. That includes the guy who is a practicing homosexual. That includes the Presbyterian minister down the street. That freedom pertains to everybody if you are an American citizen. And I'm not willing to sacrifice one iota of that freedom for any reason, for any creed, or any cause. And all them white marble stones at Arlington and in the cemeteries across this land and across the world, for that matter, all of those have to stand for something. And if we let them take one snippet of what all that blood is paid for, then we have failed as a people. The question was raised, what would I do? Would I roll over and show my big yellow belly and let my business go under? Well, first of all, without freedom, we have no America. Without no America, I have no business. So you bet your ass I would. Don't think for a nanosecond that I would not. I tell you what, if I knew that sacrificing myself would prolong the freedom in this country for 30 seconds, I'd jump in front of a bullet right now. And that's not me being dramatic or that's the way I believe. You can bank on it in Denver, Hoss. There's a lot of things in this old world worse than dying. And I tell you what, standing in line to get on a train to a concentration camp, that's worse than dying. Having Big Brother telling me when to eat, when to sleep, when to get up, how to live, what to do, how much money that I'm going to make and everything else, that's worse than dying. because there's no liberties in the communist way of life. Look at Venezuela, look at Cuba, look at time and time again this scenario is played out around this globe, and it has always failed. But you got these lazy, entitled, indoctrinated bastards in this country who don't appreciate 1 second of their freedom because they're so entitled. They take everything for granted. They're a bunch of spoiled brats, and it's been that way for a long time. I remember them soldiers coming back from Vietnam, and I remember them being spit on and called baby killers and all that. I seen all that with my own eyes. I seen all that as a young man, and it affected me greatly. And that's like that Hanoi Jane. They should have hung that woman. They should have hung that woman the minute that she set foot back on United States soil. Because you know what? If you're going to denounce this country, if you're going to commit treason against this country, you just need to go. And that's the way I feel about it. And I tell you what, I'm not the only one who felt that way, because that's the way the founding fathers saw it too. Because what is the penalty for treason? Answer?
Death.
Exactly. And I tell you what, the question was asked, what happens when you push a man too far? What happens when you put a reasonable man in an unreasonable situation and you back him into a corner? I'll give your listeners a little history lesson in case they forgot. You remember a fellow named Tony Caristus, Indianapolis, Indiana? Remember Marvin Heemeyer, Granby, Colorado? Buford Pusser, Selmer, Tennessee? Ed Cantrell, Rock Springs, Wyoming? All reasonable men, good men, upstanding citizens, paid their taxes, enjoyed their liberties and their freedoms, done everything they were supposed to do, till somebody, some entity, decided that it was going to stop. Legally, not legally, you got corrupt governments, corrupt local agencies and everything forcing these good men into unreasonable situations. And it did not end well for the ones that done the pushing. And oh my God, he's on it. I'm just stating a fact, folks. I'm not threatening nobody. I'm just stating the facts. Y'all got Google, look them up. But I'm going to tell you something. It'll be a cold day in hell before I roll over to some damn communist regime. And it'll be a cold day in hell before I let anybody take the freedoms and liberties that have been bought and paid for in blood for me in this country. Like I said, there's a hell of a lot worse things than dying, and sitting around sucking your thumb crying about what's going to happen next ain't going to get nothing done. If somebody comes at you, you got to stop them. You can't count on the next guy to do nothing about it. Then that's the problem. We've been pacified. And, we've had generation after generation after generation of people born with a silver spoon in their mouth, never had to fight for nothing, never had to work for nothing, never appreciated nothing because of that fact. And you can't fully appreciate something you've never fought or worked for. And I'm a firm believer in that. And there's some people may like this and some people may not. And I tell you what, quite frankly, I don't give a damn. Big Ed posed a question. Would I give up my business? I got news for you, Hoss. I could sell all this crap to the scrap man today, and my lifestyle would not change one friggin' iota if I lived to be 150 years old. I'm not doing this because I need to do it. I'm helping quite a few people do it, but that's just a side effect. Fact of the matter is, I've got nothing else to do. I believe that's what an American's supposed to do. You're supposed to sow your seed and then reap the reward. But everybody else wants everybody else to sow the seed, and they just want to sit back and let somebody else reap the reward and throw them a handful of cash or a mouthful of food. That's not the way I operate. And I tell you what, listen to this blatant display of chicken chicanery that's been going on here lately. It's just about got me right to the edge. And I tell you the truth, I might have to take a break because I don't know how much my blood pressure is going to allow me to sit back and listen to this. And, I'm all about free speech, but by God, don't be sitting there telling the whole world that I need to be denied of my rights. I need to be denied of my freedoms. I need to be denied of my liberties just to pacify and appease your uncertainties. Because I tell you what, ain't gonna fly, you know. But with that, I say keep it between the spotted and the solid, sunny side up, and I'll be 10-10 somewhere till we do it again.
Okay, 10-10. So, all right, Big Moose, hey, thanks. I don't know, how many big cookies can you give out in one night? Mike suggested, Pappy was supposed to get the big cookie. Then Uncle Forrest was supposed to get the big cookie. Now Big Moose supposed to get the big cookie. Let's go for a baker's dozen. What do you say? 17 past the hour. Good place to get our 2-minute quick break in here. We'll come back with more of your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, got an email from Billy the Kid earlier in the program. Forgot to share it at the time. Email Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Here on a Friday. Steve, got some bad news this morning. I was leaving Johnson City, Tennessee this evening when a drunk driver ran a red light, took out my right side fuel tank. Fortunately, no injuries or fire. But I'm stranded at least till tomorrow. The guys at the shop here are working on cleaning up the damage, and I'm either going to limp home on one tank or possibly get it replaced. Meanwhile, I'm shacked up at the No-Tell Motel. All right, what a way to start the weekend. Billy the Kid, hope they get you on the road in short order. The G-Man checking in, Quicksilver. It goes by Quicksilver, checking in, reading the mail. Regarding this morning's conversation, the thing that comes to my mind is the quote from Thomas Jefferson on November 13 of 1787, which was, quote, "The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants." Founding Fathers. All right, who's next up here? Shaky, I believe it would be. Morning, Shaky.
Good morning, Steve. How we doing?
Not half bad. Action-packed Friday.
Boy, you ain't lying. At least my blood pressure's down a little bit after Big Moose called. Did you hear that about the Pfizer, their vaccine? They're have to go in front of a review board now, ethics review board.
I haven't caught that. No, it's.
Well, apparently within 6 months, their vaccination has lost 10% of its protective ability. It went from what I first touting, it was a 90, 96, 98% effective rate.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's down to 86, and they're talking like 3 or 4 booster shots you're going to have to get with it. So they I guess they've come up with an ethics board that they're going to look into it and wanting to find out why they was touting the 96% rating in the beginning. Now it has fallen to an 86% rating. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'm doing a little searching. I'm not finding any headlines in regards to it. If you've got the story, maybe see if you can forward that to me. I'd like to check it out.
Okay, it was I can't remember who I was listening. I think I was listening to Dana Lash earlier this evening, and she was talking about it.
Okay.
But I guess there was a restaurant out in California. You know how a lot of these restaurants now are making it mandatory that if you're going to come to their restaurant and you're going to be up socializing and moving around and drinking and whatnot in the bars and restaurants, that they have a right to ask you for your vaccination card, and that no one that's not vaccinated will not be allowed in.
I believe that was the CEO of Shake Shack, and I'm not sure what restaurants, if he owns more than just the Shake Shack, but I did see that headline this past day. And that's what I was telling Big Ed in the first hour there, that what's taking place elsewhere around the world is, that's the direction we're headed. Even the CDC administrator, when she was asked on Wednesday, are vaccine passports something we're going to be facing in the future? And she said that may be a direction we're headed. She actually hinted at that. I think it's inevitable.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I know there's the reason I brought that up, there's a restaurant out in California, they're doing just the opposite. If you've been vaccinated, you're not allowed in their restaurant. And I guess the owner of it went on, had an interview with Fredo, Chris Como on CNN, and I guess he pretty much, I heard a little bit of it on the radio tonight, and he just picked Cuomo apart as far as, that guy was telling him what a bad guy he was because he didn't want people vaccinated and this and that. And they said, well, all the spike in the COVID cases out here in California, 25% of them are coming
vaccinated
from people who have been vaccinated.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, this whole mask thing, I know, the study they did down there in Florida, but there are so many diseases that are in them masks, unless you wash it every day, and Lord knows, how's a driver going to wash his mask every day? Unless he takes it into the bathroom at the truck stop and rinses it out in there, and I wouldn't wash nothing in there but my hands. But, that you get so many diseases they talk about with you using the mask. It's harder on you than anything else because you're rebreathing in so much of the carbon monoxide that you're supposed to be expelling. So you're cutting yourself short on fresh oxygen that you're supposed to be taking in. So I don't know. It's I think a lot of people's had it right. It's just a control thing. There's been studies now that India, and there was like a few states around here, they all got together and did tests and all this, and they said, we're not finding any scientific evidence about any of this stuff you guys are talking about with the mask and everything else. So
there's a lot of what was the word Ed used, the word presumptions or assumptions.
Yeah. My dad, he's 75 years old, and he's got one lung. He had lung cancer, and they took half his lung. and him and his wife both got it. They gave him wasn't the chloroquine; it was something else that they gave him. He had it. He said he felt like crap for about 2 or 3 weeks, but he's fine.
Yeah.
He never went to the hospital. He never did nothing. You know, I'm not saying that everybody's like that, but
And that's the whole key there. I mean, I think for many people who are, just willing to roll the dice and say, I'll take my chances with the bug. Phil Valentine did that. He's on a ventilator. I mean, you don't know how your body is going to respond. And I've been trying to be honest about it. I'm in that same category. I don't know which direction to go. I'm just kind of holding off, as they say. Yeah, Mike brought up a good point when we were on this topic a few mornings ago. And I think he was throwing this my way in regards to the masks. Now, I believe studies show that wearing masks can indeed lead to inhaling more, bacteria into the lungs, which could lead to bacterial pneumonia. How did he put it? Breathing in the same air over and over causes bacterial pneumonia to develop in your lungs. Fact check it. The 1918 pandemic, that was actually the number one cause of deaths. Okay, then he had sent me the story about the 1918 influenza pandemic at the time, which I guess this goes back to the science. This was from all the way back in like 2008 when this story was published. The majority of deaths during the influenza pandemic, 1918-1919, were not caused by the influenza virus acting alone. So says researchers from the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, part of the National Institutes of Health. Ironically, all the way at the tail end of this story, they're quoting this guy by the name of Dr. Fauci. Yeah, this story from 2008. Fauci's been there for that, all these years. Seems like he's been up there at the National Institutes of Infectious and Allergy Disease for 100 years. The pneumonia was caused when bacteria that normally inhabit the nose and throat invaded the lungs along a pathway created when the virus destroyed the cells that line the bronchial tubes in lungs. A future pandemic may unfold in a similar way, says the NIAID authors, whose paper in October, the Journal of Infectious Disease, is now available online. Again, this is 2008. Therefore, the authors conclude, comprehensive pandemic preparation should include not only efforts to produce new or improved vaccines and antiviral drugs, but also provisions to stockpile antibiotics and bacterial vaccines as well. Goes on, going back to the soldiers and whatnot from the pandemic in 1918 and 19. Let's see. The published reports clearly and consistently implicated secondary bacterial pneumonia caused by common upper respiratory flora in most of the influenza fatalities. He adds, we're nearly unanimous in the conviction that deaths were not caused directly by the then unidentified influenza virus, but rather from severe secondary pneumonia caused by virus bacteria. Absent the secondary infection, many patients might have survived. The availability of antibiotics during the other pandemics of the 20th century, specifically 1957 and 1968, probably a key factor in the lower number of deaths during those outbreaks. And this makes me kind of think back. Our good friend Elvis, who was a listener to the show and a participant of the show for many, many years, who came down with COVID. It was somewhere about Thanksgiving, maybe? 2020. Hospitalized for several days, went home, but continued to battle and came down with the pneumonia. And battled the pneumonia. The pneumonia finally killed him. I think it was the secondary infection, not the original COVID. But points to ponder, worth sharing. Maybe we could do some more research in how much bacterial pneumonia, because they say it's normal flora that's in our nasal passages. You get it down into the lungs, and obviously you continue breathing that same air over and over again, you're going to be sucking. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. These are all things, questions, and Mike wanted to pass that on. So with that, news break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is setting up protocols for government workers as the Delta variant of the coronavirus surges in some parts of the country. Federal workers will have a choice: either get vaccinated or continue social distancing, masking up, and following travel restrictions. You also have to get a test in your nose twice a week. Biden said his administration is taking steps to apply the same standard to federal contractors.
Want to do business with the federal government? Get your workers vaccinated.
He's also asking the Defense Department to look into how and when service members get their vaccine.
Our troops serve in places throughout the world, many where vaccination rates are low and disease is prevalent.
He said the government will reimburse private employers who give paid time off to workers who are getting vaccinated during work. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our Energy Factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we'll get back to the calls here. I want to share one paragraph. Again, going back to that article from, 2008? No less. Dr. Fauci was the one that says the cause and timing of the next pandemic cannot be predicted with certainty. The authors acknowledge, nor can the virulence of the pandemic influenza virus strain. However, it's possible, as the case was in 1918, a similar pattern of viral damage followed by bacterial invasion could unfold, say the authors. Preparations for diagnosing, treating, and preventing bacterial pneumonia should be among the highest priorities in influenza pandemic planning. We're encouraged by the fact that pandemic planners are already considering and implementing some of these actions, says Dr. Fauci. You guys been around a while, huh? All right, let's get back to the calls. Hello, Fly Rod. What's going on?
It's Dimebag Denny, ain't Fly Rod.
Yeah, Dimebag Denny. Well, it says, yeah, I'm back, just checking in.
Now it's a Dimebag Denny, just checking in.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Sommers, I want to let you know that I took the shot. I took the 2 shots. I took a shot of Jim Beam and a shot of Jack Daniels, and I'm feeling just fine now. No more Chinese virus to worry about.
Good to go.
Yeah, good to go. That's right. Good to go. Yeah, I want to address always moving. that fine woman calling into the show is such a refreshing thing. When she calls in and she chimes in on her 2 bits about health care and working in the medical field, it's very informative, and we really enjoy it. Thank you so much. But I do have to correct her on one thing. That no good 2-bit hustler, Big Moose, he's not the one that came up with that Cooking with Cicadas cookbook. That was my good friend, Fly Rod and Heatwave. 2 fine, outstanding Americans.
Boink and
that we
doink.
all should appreciate. No, I said Fly Rod and Heatwave.
I said boink and doink.
Whatever controversy you're trying whatever controversy you're trying to stir up is not going to work. But I just wanted to tell you that, and I also want to tell you about Big Fred. Big Fred sits back in his armchair quarterback, and he throws these lobs to passes to Steve Plummer and the likes of Heatwave and Monkey Gouger and maybe Texaco Mom. Just setting us up like bowling pins to knock down with a ball. Constantly stirring up dissension. He's been doing it for over 20 years. Mr. Steve Plummer, he's nothing more than a stinky feet sniffer in my book. Today it was so hot that even the devil was sighing. And speaking of the devil, my old school classmate, George Brown, a.k.a. Big Moose, when we were in school together, we walked down the hallways going to classes, you know. I'd sometimes grab a sign, piece of paper, and write something on it, and then walk up to him in stealth mode, slapping on his back. May say, kick me, or punch me, or I like to smell your farts. Things like that. So all you fine, outstanding listeners that thinks he's big and tough, he really is not. He's had his tail kicked more than a time or two over the years, probably still is, even at his little job at Mr. Slushy's. You know what he does in there, Mr. Slushy's, don't you?
Mr. Slushy's.
He doesn't want anyone to know.
Yeah, you're serving slushies behind the truck stop.
That's exactly right. You got that right, Buttercup. But I just thought you should know that. And, but it's a great day to be out here trucking tonight. Beautiful out here in the great state of wherever I'm at. Me and Lugnut Louie rolling through the highways and byways, serving products, goods, and services to all the fine, outstanding people across this great state of the ununited America. But I appreciate you taking my call, Mr. Sommers, and we'll talk again soon. Adios, muchachos.
Thank you, Dimebag. Dimebag Denny. All right, yeah, what was it? Danny Meyer, the CEO of the group and founder of the popular Shake Shack franchise. People wishing to dine or drink indoors at Union Square Hospitality Group's restaurants will be required to show they've been vaccinated. The announcement this past day. The mandate also applies to current and future employees. Meyer said, "This is the most logical thing I've ever seen. I'm not a scientist, but I know how to read data. And what I see is this is a crisis of people who've not been vaccinated. I feel strong responsibility to take care of our team and our guests, and that's what we're doing." Meyer, whose company has a number of well-known restaurants in New York City and Washington, said the policy would not extend to Shake Shack and that the franchise would determine their own policy. Of course, Mayor de Blasio said, "This is huge." Danny Meyer is one of the most influential restaurant owners in the business. And when he leads, others will follow. New York City supports his move. More businesses should mandate vaccines. This advances current requirements in many places where businesses and restaurants rely on the honor system to patrol the use of face coverings among the unvaccinated. There are scattered establishments that have imposed similar restrictions. Remains to be seen if a policy requiring patrons to show proof of vaccination will gain traction with other large companies. But the requirement will be enforced beginning September 7th in the full-service restaurants in New York and Washington. We will give our employees 45 days to make the choice. Hopefully, this will be the incentive that makes them say, yeah, you know what? I'm going to do it. Well, otherwise, they won't have a job. So there you go. One step at a time. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, that Pfizer story, I've got a daughter that works for Pfizer, and she hasn't told me anything about that. So I think that's one of them false fake news, social media, Facebook stories that ain't worth it. I
did a Google search. I couldn't find anything on it. I don't know. He said, I've heard the name Dana Loesch. I'm not real familiar. Obviously, she's like a talk show host, podcaster, or something kind of like me, but I haven't seen anything on it.
Well, I know that Pfizer does. I Googled it myself, and they do put out a different policy every year. So, I mean, they update their thing on their website page there. Now, anyway, enough about all that there. You know the difference between a motel and a hotel?
I don't know. What is it?
Well, a motel's where you carry mama. Hotel's where you carry the hoe, but you're getting tail off of both of them, right?
Ah, okay.
Big moose, walk softly and carry a big stick, brother. Pickaxe handles make a good tire thumper, Steve. You just got to take your soldering iron and put that in there so they won't classify it as a weapon. I think Jersey needs to name one of them service plazas after Eddie Rabbit. He was a lot better singer than all the rest of them you named there. And them uprisings you were talking about, are we whistling Dixie, Steve? Arkansas's got 75-mile-an-hour speed limit for cars and 70 for trucks. And them poor boys driving them 64-mile-an-hour trucks and them guys out there doing 65 trying to pass them, they just take all day. I can understand why they done it, Steve. And Big Ed, you can steal from me anytime. I'll cover yours real quick, Steve. I steal like bologna on white bread now and then. And the sound of a whippoorwill down a country road. The grass between my toes got old sunset sinking low. And the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Show. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. That was a good woman's love to hold me close. Well, we can get all that other junk out of the way. We can talk a little, Texas A&M board voted to, told the president of the school to vote to approve Texas and Oklahoma coming over to the SEC. And I read on ESPN, they got a new players association. The College Football Players Association is going to start now, and they'll be unionized. Steve, how about that?
Unionized college football?
Yeah, college football, yeah. They've already started it. College Football Players Association.
Okay.
They've already got the lawyers and all that stuff working up. That was on ESPN. And ESPN made a bold prediction, Steve, that Ohio State will move to the SEC. And guess what? Y'all can come down south and play on holy ground, brother. And I'm just waiting, bro. Arch Manning, that's Cooper's boy. He's see who he commits to. He cracked a joke about going to Mississippi State, and Eli had something to say about all that there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I bet his papa did too. So, well, can you name one singer or band that immediately makes you change the radio station?
Webb Pierce.
Yeah, that'd be right. Well, mine would be Tim McGraw, or Yeah, I can't stand Tim McGraw. So, there's a line from a George Jones song titled "Choices." Since I've had the choices since the day that I was born, I've heard those voices that told me right from wrong. If I had listened, I wouldn't be here today, living and dying with the choices I've made. Steve, our politicians need to be above and beyond reproach, and that would apply to every person too. Don't put yourself in a situation where somebody can say bad things about you there. And that's all of my bologna and a little bit of steak today, Steve. Have a great, blessed day, brother.
All right. Enjoy your Bologna Friday, and I guess we'll talk to you next week sometime. Some point in time, right? About 9 before the hour. Who we got next up here? Who's this?
Oh, this is Gilligan.
Oh.
As usual, the call screener screwed up my name.
I don't see anything on the screen. Nothing. I mean, they can't understand a thing you say.
Well, I don't understand why. It ain't like I got an accent or anything. But, well, I'm gonna probably ruffle big head's feathers, but that ain't nothing new on this station. I'm sorry to say, my wife's uncle right now is in the hospital in Winchester, Virginia, with the COVID. Now, I'm pretty sure he's going to pull through, but he's pretty bad sick. And yes, he's had the shots.
Really?
He had both shots. And I like to all pray for him. Well, believe it or not, the man's name is Sam. We call him Uncle Sam. He does actually resemble Uncle Sam from the posters we all remember as kids. He does kind of resemble things. But, to me, this is just more proof. If you want the shot, that's fine. Go for it. But this is not like the polio shot, the smallpox shot, all the measles shots. They are fully effective against those diseases. This COVID shot is not fully effective. It's a proven fact. But that's all I'm going to say on that, because that's been heart-pulling all night. It's like Big Boosh said, it's just getting old. And like Big Boosh says, it's going to come down to, I'm afraid it's going to come down to, we're going to have to stand up for our rights. They're just coming to take them. They talked about the vaccine cards at that one Shake Shack and stuff like that. Well, what next? Everybody going to go around papers? Well, I hate to tell you, but that was done back in the 30s and 40s in Germany. And the black shirts coming around. Talking about the train cars. He's talking about that Jane Fonda and how she come back. Did you ever hear what she done? She went to the Hanoi Hilton during Vietnam. You ever hear that story?
I know she spoke negatively about the United States.
Well, I seen an interview a couple years ago. It was one of the 4 soldiers, them brave men that was in that Hanoi Hilton being tortured. She went to the Hanoi Hilton during the war, and all the soldiers, all the airmen, soldiers, and everything that was there knew she was coming. They scribbled their social security number on little scraps of paper. She come by and met every one of them men, and they slipped her that little sheet of paper when they shook her hand. She went down the line, met every one of them, and when she got done, she turned around to the commandant at the Hanoi Hilton and handed him and slips of paper and told him that every one of them given her social security number. I mean, if that ain't an act of treason, what is?
Yep.
Them men were tortured. But,
All right. Well, yeah, with that, we're about 5 before the hour. Yeah, I've got to do a quick reset. We'll come back in 2. Final hour just ahead. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com. Hey, we'll head toward news update time. Hey, there was some serious drama unfolding in Low Earth orbit this past day. Surprised we hadn't heard from... lines have been so busy. Philip maybe wasn't able to even get through this morning. I was going to talk to him about the newly arrived, is it the Nauka module from Russia? For reasons unknown, they say, began to fire its thrusters after docking with the International Space Station. Mission controllers now working to control what appears to be an ongoing situation. Nothing appears to be damaged. NASA says the crew is safe, but things got really weird about 3 hours after Russia's module reached the ISS. That was about 9:30 this past morning, Eastern Time. After the rendezvous and docking, space station crew members went to work checking for leaks at the interface point, opening the hatch, integrating the computers on the newly arrived module. Also known as the Russian Multipurpose Laboratory. Suddenly, without warning, about 12:45 Eastern Time, Thursday afternoon, the thrusters unexpectedly, inadvertently began to fire, causing the International Space Station to lose attitude control to the tune of 45 degrees. According to the live stream on NASA TV, it's not known what caused the situation to happen. One possibility, they say, is that the computers thought it was still docking, resulting in the thrusters being fired. Flight controllers reoriented the space station, performing a counterbalancing roll control procedure. They did this by firing thrusters on the Zvezda module, and there's a Progress cargo ship that's currently docked to the ISS. That recovery effort worked, they say. The station is now back at full attitude control. No damage or injuries to the crew reported. At one point, Drew Morgan from NASA Mission Control asked the astronauts to look outside and see if you could spot any debris floating around or if they could see any damage to the station. That's scary. NASA said the space station is currently in a stable configuration and recovery operations are ongoing. This work, it should be pointed out, is being done with a partially fueled Nauka, that's the one that had just docked in the morning, docked to the station. So the thrusters could still go into action. A little before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they updated and they said they had burned through all the propellant on the Nauka, so the threat of another firing would not, the threat is past. Now, rumors were swirling that today's launch of the Boeing Starliner may be canceled as a result of that incident. Update 3:45 Eastern Time or 3:54 this past afternoon. It's official. Friday's launch of the Starliner has been canceled. We're now awaiting a new date for liftoff, so I guess they're not taking any chances. Regular activities for the day were canceled at the ISS as the crew and mission controllers on the surface monitor the situation. Again, it's not known why the thrusters began to fire. An investigation is pending, but it's kind of an unfolding incident. Serious drama in low Earth orbit. Can you imagine the crew members probably scrambling? What the hell's going on? Why are these thrusters going off? Hey, we're off kilter here. All right, get our news update. Come back for our final hour. Phone reset complete. We're good to go. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is setting up protocols for government workers as the Delta variant of the coronavirus surges in some parts of the country. Federal workers will have a choice, either get vaccinated or continue social distancing, masking up, and following travel restrictions. You also have to get a test in your nose twice a week. Biden said his administration is taking steps to apply the same standard to federal contractors.
Want to do business with the federal government, get your workers vaccinated.
He's also asking the Defense Department to look into how and when service members get their vaccine.
Our troops serve in places throughout the world, many where vaccination rates are low and disease is prevalent.
He said the government will reimburse private employers who give paid time off to workers who are getting vaccinated during work. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at patriotvpn.com. That's patriotvpn.com.
Here in Oregon, it is raining, but that's not stopping one of the biggest fires in the country. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
A half-inch of rain fell on the bootleg fire in southern Oregon on Tuesday. Fire Operations Section Chief Karen Scholes saying that normally would have slowed the fire's growth.
That's not the case these days, and that's due to the dry fuels and the severity of the drought that is occurring.
The fire burned hotter on Wednesday, and there were near red flag conditions forecast for Thursday. The bootleg fire has burned over 413,000 acres. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Suni Lee is an Olympic gold medal winner.
It's just so surreal, and I haven't even let it sink in yet.
In Tokyo, Lee won a gold medal for the U.S. gymnastics all-around. Simone Biles had withdrawn with mental health issues. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
A judge is suggesting that a famous pop star might have to go to court for tax evasion. USA Radio's Brad Bernards has more.
A judge has ruled that Shakira must face trial in Spain for allegedly evading 14.5 million euros in tax. They concluded that there are sufficient indications for the Colombian singer to go to trial after she was accused of 6 offenses by Spanish prosecutor. Shakira could face jail time if she is found guilty. The singer, however, claims that between 2012 and 2014, her fiscal residence was in the Bahamas, so she was exempt from having to pay Spanish income tax. She claims she was in Spain sporadically during that time, but prosecutors argue that she was actually living in Barcelona for more than 6 months of the year.
Shakira. Oh, baby, when you talk like that.
From the USA Radio West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
Disney Parks has announced it's going back to requiring all guests wear masks indoors due to the increase of COVID-19 cases nationwide, which is fueled by the much more contagious Delta variant. Visitors must wear face coverings while indoors at all Disney parks, and that includes while entering attractions, getting on board buses, and riding the monorail or Disney Skyliner. Other parks, including Universal Studios Hollywood and Six Flags Magic Mountain, are already requiring people to wear masks indoors. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go, back for our final hour on a Friday. I hope you've had a good week. This one's too good not to share. No, it's a joke, okay? All right? It's under the heading $15 an hour. Guy goes into a bar. There's a robot bartender. Since the minimum wage was increased to $15 an hour, the owner had to replace his regular bartenders. Robot says, "What do you have?" Guy says, "Martini." Robot brings him back the best martini ever. Says to the man, "Wait, what's your IQ?" Guy says, 168. Yeah, Robot proceeds to talk about physics, space exploration, medical technology. Yeah, guy leaves, but he's kind of curious. He goes back in the bar. Robot bartender says, "What do you have?" Guy says, "Martini again." Robot makes him a great martini, gives it to him, and he says, "What's your IQ?" Guy says, 100. Yeah, Robot starts talking about NASCAR, Budweiser, and John Deere tractors. Yeah, guy leaves. Now he's really intrigued. I think so. I'll try this one more time. He goes back in the bar. Robot says, "What do you have?" Guy says, "Martini." Brings him another great martini. Robot says, "What's your IQ?" Guy says, about 50. Yeah, Robot leans in real close and says, "So are you people still happy you voted for Biden?" Ba-dum-bump. Good morning, Pup. What's going on?
Hey, Steve. How's it going?
Doing all right. Happy Friday.
Yeah, you too. That was pretty good. So.
What's your IQ?
Hey, what the hell is wrong with that dime bag Denny? Every time he calls in, it sounds like he's sitting in the outhouse trying to pinch one off. But no, I heard you say earlier you was on the fence about that vaccine. If you can check a podcast, yesterday's Sean Hannity radio show, he wasn't on there. He had a guest host. Her name was Rose, and she interviewed this Dr. Tony, and for the life of me, I can't think of his last name. But he has treated thousands and thousands. He is a doctor in California. Thousands of patients with COVID, and him or the hospital that he works in has not lost one patient, and they've been treating them with therapeutics, and I know we've went over 3 of them, but he had a list of like 12. And he said that, I heard you say 25% of the people in the hospitals had already been vaccinated. He says it's higher than that. He said out of every 7 patients, 3 had fully vaccinated. So that's just a tick less than 50%, he was saying. But it's a great interview, and I believe it was Gilligan talking about the polio and stuff like that. There's a difference between a sterile and a non-sterile vaccine. The sterile vaccine is like for your smallpox and polio and such, where they're 100% effective. This is not 100% effective, and he can't understand why they're not releasing the real true data. But he says this is nowhere near effective enough, and it should not be used as emergency use as a vaccine with all of those therapeutics. But it was a real good interview. I believe you'd like that.
Okay.
So that who was one of the most famous? I heard Big Moose talking there about treason. Who was one of the famous treason persons in the United States?
Oh.
It was Benedict Arnold.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Benedict Arnold.
And the day that he stood in front of the firing squad, he gave George Washington something. Do you know what that is? It was a huge carving said, "In God we trust." And that carving had hung in the House of Congress for 100 and some years. That got taken down the year all that squad got voted in because it offended them, and Nancy appeased them. And another thing to go along with Moose, I believe it was Benjamin Franklin. He said, how much freedom are you willing to give up for thinking you're being safe by the government?
Security.
Yep. So, but that's all I had for you for tonight. So you have a good weekend, and don't drink too many Skull Busters.
Okay. All right. Thank you much, pup. Thanks for dialing us up. Let me see. I'm not seeing a name. I do believe we've got something about a first-time caller. Who we got?
Good morning, Steve. It's 44.
44.
Hey, I get aggravated and I call it in. This entire COVID fiasco is all based on a lie. The foundation is fake. Just Monday, the 26th, I think it was, I looked it up on DuckDuckGo. I don't know if Google would have it. But the CDC and the FDA both are recalling these PCR tests. When this first started, everyone was leery of these tests. The creator of the test said it wasn't meant for COVID. The amplification was way overdone. Mike Cummins diesel would test positive for COVID and the magnification. But they're recalling all these tests, but they're waiting until the end of December to phase them out. Now, if they're all fake and phony, and it doesn't know the difference between COVID and the flu, the entire thing is just a lie. And they keep going, well, the numbers are rising, the numbers are right, we got to go back to them. No, all a lie. I don't know if you can Google that and find it real quick, but I think I said July 26th, just Monday, they quietly come out and admitted that the test is absolutely garbage. Now, the next thing to the conspiracy is, right before that happened, I heard a word that Bill Gates and George Soros had teamed up, and they had bought some pharmaceutical company, I think from England, that manufactures a different type of test. So, connect the dots. Where's that going to? Your last caller hit on Hannah G. He he wasn't sure who Rose was.
Yeah.
That's Radio Rose. Radio Rose, and she's appeared on Hannity before as a guest. But she is loose. Well, she used to be in partnership with a radio guy out of Pittsburgh that I listen to every morning. And it's no competition of yours. He's on after 6 a.m.
Okay. Fair enough.
He's the War Room, the original War Room. 2 R's, 2 O's. Warroom.com. Drivers might be interested. You can listen to that. And he has podcasts. And if you get a subscription, it's like $5 a month. And he's on 3 hours every morning. And it's just packed full of good information, but in a really unique way of presenting it. It's very entertaining.
Okay.
And so that Glenn in the morning. But I wanted to get the information. Guys, stop. Don't listen to the BS about the test. It's crap. And they admitted it Monday. It's meaningless. And they keep jamming these numbers down. The numbers are going back up. We got to go back to the mask and the whole pneumococcal, the bacterial pneumonia.
Yep.
That's the real issue. That's what's killing people.
The bacterial pneumonia. Yeah. All right. You are correct. Quick Google search. This takes me. Yeah. The first one that popped up was from a media outlet in Virginia, Potomac Local News, PL News. The CDC has recalled an experimental coronavirus test used in our area to determine whether or not residents were infected with the disease that caused a worldwide pandemic. The CDC will not renew its emergency use authorization for the 2019 COVID-RT-PCR test at the end of the year. This specific test can't tell the difference between coronavirus and the flu. The test can detect COVID, but it cannot detect the flu, according to Sean Morris, epidemiologist with the Prince William Health District. Testing sites are encouraged to begin using other types of PCR tests. This particular test was used in our area to detect patients with coronavirus. Health officials tell us this test is one of hundreds now being used, and just because the test's emergency use authorization will not be renewed, the effectiveness shouldn't necessarily be called into question. All right, let's see. This test was not a commonly used test, regardless, as commercial tests can do more samples, and its withdrawal does not necessarily mean it was unreliable. As the test is not being withdrawn until the end of the year, the labs using it have time to switch to a new test, so testing capacity should not be impacted. Other types of PCR tests continue to be used in labs across the region, according to the Prince William Health District Director. More than 423,000 PCR tests have been administered in the Prince William region, more than 242,000 in the Rappahannock Health District, including Stafford County and Fredericksburg. So that's one story. This particular test that will not be reauthorized for that particular area. All right. And they've got let's see what the fact check article says. Fact check. Let's see. The FDA announced that the CDC's PRC test for COVID failed its full review because it cannot tell the difference between COVID and flu. Rating from Snopes is false. While it is true they have withdrawn emergency use authorization for one of the issued tests, it is false to say it failed its full review. It's misleading to say it was withdrawn because the test couldn't differentiate COVID versus the flu. The agency had simply put forth a new emergency youth.
They had a scar burn. I guess they had a forest fire here earlier this year around Glenwood Springs, and it affected 50 to 60,000 acres. Well, the Interstate 70 is right up against the north edge of the mountain. So anytime it rains or it threatens to rain, they shut down the interstate, and they tell you to get off, but they don't tell you when you're about 100 miles in where to go after that. It's like there's nothing there saying, hey, to get to here from there, you got to use this here. So the hell with the state and their attitude. Well, so far I'm 1 for 2. I've missed a couple of big animals out here on these 2-lane highways. Thank goodness. I think I got about another 70 to 80 more miles before I hit 70 again. Interstate 70 heading west in Colorado.
And wherever you're at, I think you are in between cells or out of cell. Yeah, he just disappeared. Let's see here, about 25 past the hour. What's going on with Big Sexy this Friday morning?
Just another Friday morning. One more day to go this week. That eastbound lane of the bridge should open back up today. The Hernando Soto Bridge should open back up. The eastbound traffic. I think it's Big Ed talking about the SEC, and Oklahoma and Texas joined. That is not the Southeast Conference, Southeastern Conference. He's calling it the Southeast Conference.
The SEC.
Yeah, they did vote today. They did vote 14-0 today to extend the invitation to them, so they'll be joining. But they have already, Texas and Oklahoma had already requested to join, so it's just a matter of, I think, 2025 when they start playing. And I look for more schools to follow, especially if Ohio State follows, it'll really open the floodgate.
Yeah. I mean, you think Ohio State? I mean, you think Ohio State would really jump over there?
I don't know. I mean, there's going to be a lot of money involved. They might. If they do, that, like I said, that'll probably open the floodgates for others. But I don't know if they will or not. I mean, they may stay through it. But I think it'll end up being about 3 or 4 big conferences. That'll be about it.
Yeah.
Then the smaller ones, But it's all about the money. That's all that matters to. I think the big cookie ought to go to Big Moose tonight.
Yeah, one of the 3, right?
Deal, did you see the deal where I think an email from Hannity where Biden said 150 years ago when he was in charge?
Now, who did Hannity?
I think it was Hannity, an email I got from Hannity. It was a clip of Biden saying 150 years ago when I was in charge or whatever it was.
Oh, okay. Right.
150 years ago? Yeah. Like he was really in charge of something. And I got news for him. Driving his pickup across town don't make him a truck driver.
Saw a number of people say that Joe Biden couldn't even start an 18-wheeler. Yeah, the whole comment. I drove an 18-wheeler years ago. Let's see. I was just scouring through looking for some of these test recalls. The FDA issued a warning letter to Innova Medical Group in conjunction with the company's rapid antigen tests for COVID, an action that accompanies a Class 1 recall and a safety communication. The letter alleges that California-based Innova submitted clinical study data for one of the tests that was identical to data previously provided by other manufacturers in their separate emergency use authorization request. But Innova indicated that this passage may be based on confusion regarding tests manufactured by another company and purchased by Innova. All kind of fun stuff with these tests. All right, we're up to news break, bottom of the hour, final news update here, and we'll head down the home stretch on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is setting workers as the Delta variant of the coronavirus surges in some parts of the country. Federal workers will have a choice, either get vaccinated or continue social distancing, masking up, and following travel restrictions. You also have to get a test in your nose twice a week. Biden said his administration is taking steps to apply the same standard to federal contractors.
Want to do business with the federal government? Get your workers vaccinated.
He's also asking the Defense Department to look into how and when service members get their vaccine.
Our troops serve in places throughout the world, many where vaccination rates are low and disease is prevalent.
He said the government will reimburse private employers who give paid time off to workers who are getting vaccinated during work. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our energy factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellarelectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
A new Love's store opening up. New location adding to the network of stops in Oklahoma. New store in Durant, Oklahoma. New Love's location off U.S. Highway 70 in Bryan County, Oklahoma. Looking here. All right, not a whole lot of truck parking. Amenities at the new stop include 13 truck parking spaces. Pretty small. I got a Chester's Chicken, Godfather's Pizza. Opening August 2nd will be 6 diesel bays, 6 showers, and laundry facilities. Sounds like a smaller location, more or less kind of a, come on in, fill up, and be on your way kind of thing. Police in Ontario sharing a video of a 6-vehicle crash as a reminder of the potentially catastrophic consequences of cutting off a semi-truck. Yeah, you see that every day. The dash cam video shared by the Ontario Provincial Police features a multi-vehicle crash that occurred on the 401 highway near Pickering, Canada, a few days ago. The video captures that you see a blue car that cuts in front of a semi-truck, then hits the brakes, giving the truck driver little choice but to swerve to avoid a crash. That truck then jackknifed, colliding with the barrier walls. The vehicle that initially cut the semi off has been identified. Charges are pending. The video almost looked like they brake checked the truck driver. Do not cut in front of vehicles. This is what can happen when you take away a truck driver's following distance, was the warning from the Ontario Provincial Police. Yeah, but again, it almost looked like one of those setup kind of things. Here, let me get back to the calls here. And there's Fly Rod this time around. Want to bash on the big boobs?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fine. That's what it says on the screen. You want to bash on big boobs.
No, greetings and salutations. No, it wouldn't be the big boobs. It'd be the big goose.
Oh, the big goose. Okay.
Your call screener. Yeah, your call screener is always faithful and lends a good listening ear, right?
I think my call screener's mind is in the gutter or something. I don't know.
I think you're right. I think you're right about that. Well, first of all, Big Ed, or as the Dimeback Denny calls him, Big Fred, he's right. He really is a crap stirrer. I've just about said the wrong word. He really is a crap stirrer, calling all of us up at different times of the day, and I know he does. He does it to me, trying to pit one of us against each other, and I know he does it to you as well. You can't trust him. And Don back then, he's right. Big Fred, if you are listening, you really are a stinky feet snipper. That's all I got to say about that. But I want to call about the big goose, because once again, I'm hearing again tonight. Of course, he gets on there and he goes on his big patriotic spiel. God bless him for that. But, folks, the big goose, my dog won't even bite him in fear of catching measles, mumps, and rubella. And so when the big goose shows up on your doorstep, just pay him for the pizza and send him on his way back to Mr. Slushy's where he belongs, because he really is nothing more than 157-pound panty weight. That's what he is. But don't let him near your pets. Don't let him near your children or your grandchildren. Just keep far, far away from him is my advice. And you can take that to the bank. Steve, I want to know, do you have any big plans this weekend?
Big plans. Not really. I don't think so. I don't know.
Nothing, huh?
If the princess has her way, she'd probably have me take her out to Roosters again, her favorite joint.
Oh yeah. There you go. That would be good. Well, Steve, all this talk is going on about the SEC expanding and maybe taking in Texas and Oklahoma. I'll tell you what, the old Alabama Crimson Tide must be salivating at the plate with a fork and a knife, ready to dive into that cupcake and steak meal there.
Oh, boy.
Roll Tide, Big Ed, roll Tide. Well, anyway, I just want to call and say good morning. This is a live phone call. This is not a pre-recorded message.
I'm glad.
Have a wonderful weekend, everyone.
You do the same, Fly Rod. Stay out of trouble, right? Don't be stirring up the fight. No, he said, with you, Big Ed, if you're still late. You think he's still listening? Hell no. Big Ed calls in, stirs the pot, and goes to bed. That's what he does. I got him stirred up good. Are you with me? Would this be Julio?
What's up?
Hey there.
Yeah, I'm headed back to L.A. again.
So what's going on this morning, Julio? Just checking in?
I'm headed back to L.A.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Just checking in. Headed back to L.A., Lower Alabama.
Oh, boy.
Hey, I got a personal question. I've been meaning to ask you this, but I can't get a hold of you sometimes. Is there any way in God's green earth that I can get a picture of you and your dad to put in my office?
Wow. I don't have any pictures of the two of us. I mean, only place I think you could find one is
be two single pictures. I don't
Yeah.
mind. I just want to put you two guys in my office so everybody can see my buddies.
I've got a few of the old snapshots from back from like XM radio back in those days, but I think I still had brown hair in those pictures.
Yeah, I listened to y'all back then. I listened to y'all forever. But anyway, I just want to check in. If you find something, I'll pay for shipping, whatever needs to be done.
Okay.
Oh, and another thing, I ordered my T-shirts and stuff from the website, and I didn't get your overnight drive shirt. I got a Hot Shot Secret shirt.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, somebody boo-booed.
Well, now one side should have the Steve Sommers overnight drive, and the other side should say Hot Shot Secret. I mean, I'm sure you double
The
check.
shirt that I got just says Hot Shot Secret on the front.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going to order me another one. But anyway, have a great weekend, my brother.
Well, get in, commie. They'll make it right for you. It
ain't no big deal. I just ordered me another one. I like shirts.
Well, make sure you go to you went to the overnightdriveradio.com website?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, somebody grabbed the wrong thing.
If you come up with any good pictures, let me know one day when I call in or something, and I'll hook up with you, see if I can get them and put on my wall.
All right.
I sure would appreciate it.
All right,
Thank
Julio.
you. God bless you, my brother.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm looking here. All right, yeah, they still got shirts in stock. They've got there's only like 4 mediums left. See, 3 large, extra large is out of stock right now. Got 16 double X. I think there's like 5 triple and 5 4X in stock. Some of those big boy shirts. Like the Big Moose would wear. OvernightDriveRadio.com. While you're there, get yourself a hat and one of those mugs. Couple of stickers to put on your window of your car. Promote the show. Okay, let's get back to old Knucklebuster. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me a second time, Mr. Steve Sommers. I seen a wreck tonight over there in Memphis there. I don't know. I guess he was going too fast for road conditions and following too close, but one big truck running right into the back end of another.
And wherever Knucklebuster is, he lost his cell too, didn't he?
Good trailer there.
There he is again.
Yeah, so.
You're in between cell zones, so we kind of lost you there for a moment.
Okay, well, I'll tell the story again. There were 2 trucks over there in Memphis. One of them run into the back end of the other big truck. They must have been following too close or going too fast for road conditions. They could have been doing over 5-10 mile an hour on that bridge there, but he just banged right into the back end of that other, and I guess he's playing with that cell phone or something there, right?
Yeah, not paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll get you every time. How'd you like me putting that Steve Sommers overnight drive into that baloney song a while ago?
That's pretty good there, Knucklebuster. Not bad.
Yeah, I know it. I better stick to driving a truck, though. That singing ain't right up my forte there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret, some that Diesel Extreme, Fixing the Eliminator, FR3, and make sure you go to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive app and get you a baseball cap, travel mug, and you women buy that in T-shirts there. Now, you had some 2 extra larges there, Steve, so that's what I put my order in on. I'm a pretty good hefty boy myself. So anyway, y'all have a great weekend. We'll talk at you later, bud.
Thank you very much, as always. Knucklebuster, be safe out there. Yeah, have a great weekend. So are you trying to become more like Spaceman or what? You check in with the last 5 minutes of the show?
Yeah, it's just trying to compete with Spaceman there. So Knucklebuster there, he's my fill-in man. He better keep singing, because when we do that, the Overnight Drive Radio fill-in show there and do the truck driver sing-along, we're definitely going to need Knucklebuster to be out there singing for us, do a little fill-in work there. And he's good with the advertisement, so I think we got that part all covered up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, did you say you had 16X shirts? Is that or 16? How big is a 16X? Is that made by Omar the tent maker
there
for
are
the elephants?
16 extra large shirts. Ding dong.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I was kind of in between there on the listening on the overs there. So it kind of flipped out on me a little bit. I thought you had 16. I thought that was pretty big. Hey, you guys were right on track with them storms there yesterday. You and the AccuWeather gods did a heck of a job there. So. But I see it looked like you down there in Cincinnati kind of dodged the bullet.
Yes,
we did in Northern Maryland too. They kind of split us as well up in Northern Maryland. They went south towards south side of Baltimore, D.C. way, and then they went north up to Pennsylvania. And of course, you were reporting on that there at the midnight hour, all that havoc and everything going out there towards Philly and all that. So, but. Oh no! I was sitting back there. I was trying to stay out of the crossfire there. I didn't want to be getting all tangled up there in the middle in that. But you had one heck of a show. You had a show like this on every night there. I think you'd have half the country listening to this. So, but anyways, there, and to go back to the, we were talking about the sound effects there that Monkey Gouges uses, and If he'd been reporting that story Knucklebuster did about the 2 trucks run into each other there, there would have been a wapow in the middle.
Wapow, right in the back of him.
Hit each other.
Yep.
That's right. Anyways, but anyways, hope he's doing better there. I missed his call, but we'll have to go back and catch him on the replay, see what was going on there, because it sounded like there was an issue there. But anyways, and I think that's what Big Fred does there. I think Big Fred does that. You know, he goes back and goes to bed after he calls in, and then he goes back on the replay there, and then he goes and then listens it all over and see what kind of trouble he stirred up there through the night. So, but anyways, I don't know. Not a whole lot going on. I want to wish you the best for the weekend there. I hope you got all the skull busters all stocked up there, so you got enough pain relief there for that tooth to get through. And I don't know, are they going to be able to produce enough skull buster beer to get you through the 21st of September? Is there going to be a shortage? Are we going to have a shortage of skull buster beer because of Steve Sommers?
That's a lot of self-medication, isn't it?
You're damn right it is. So, but anyways, there. So no, we wish you all the best for the weekend there, and maybe we'll chat at you again later. And hey, maybe all this will carry over there to Monday, because we know Monday has been tough for you here lately. So maybe all this will carry over to Monday, and we'll have something drastic happen over the weekend, something with the Olympics or our president or the Speaker of the House or something. And we'll have us a great show on Monday there to look forward to.
Some big breaking news. All right, have a great weekend there, Horse Feathers. Let me see here. Yeah, so Kyle is he's down in Crossville, Tennessee now. They'll be out. Now, they were probably out late this past afternoon setting up, because things get underway this morning, as a matter of fact. Today, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series Rocky Top Diesel Shootout. Kyle's down there with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. Almost didn't get there. If you stop by the booth to see the trailer, the trailer is not in the shape it was when they left the headquarters in Mount Gilead. I was talking to Kyle yesterday. Apparently, right about the time when he was, of course, they were going right down I-75, and somewhere right about when they were about to cross the Brent Spence Bridge or something, had a box truck next to him. And it was getting closer and closer. And next thing you know, the damn box truck slams into their trailer. And he made it sound like there was some pretty significant damage to the trailer. They limped it on down to Crossville, Tennessee for the shootout, so they're there. But again, he said that based on the amount of damage, they'll probably have to total the damn thing. It's somebody screwed up in a box truck. So anyway, boy, that could have been a whole lot worse. They had some white-knuckle driving. But this is the next leg of the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, Rocky Top Diesel Shootout. Fastest diesel drag racers in the country there this weekend. Starting today, the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10. Think maybe they can set another world record? That would be so cool. So Friday and Saturday, it all gets underway today. Stop by and see Kyle and Diesel Don. We'll return and wind things down on a Friday into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, not a whole lot of time left. Let me jump right back up to the calls here, and I think Shaky's on the line. Morning, Shaky. What's going on?
Hey, Steve, I forgot to ask you earlier. Hey, I don't think I ever got my first-time caller code. Is there any way you could send me that?
I certainly can. I'm going to have to grab a little Post-it note here, take your number down. Did I screw up and not get that forwarded to him or something?
Well, I don't know if maybe that or it was a number I didn't recognize, so I didn't even look at it or something, erased it or something. But now that I know that's how they do it, I'll check all my texts that I get.
Okay. I wonder about that. I guarantee you, if Uncle Forrest were to get an unsolicited text, he wouldn't open it either. So,
right? Yeah, you never know who's sending you something, infect your phone or whatever.
Yep, and I get a lot of text messages, and I just delete them. So, unless I know who it's from.
Yeah. All right. Exactly. All right. Well, I appreciate it, Steve.
All right. We'll get that taken care of for you. Who's going to wrap things up here for us? I think Chevy guy. Did we open up with you this morning?
No, I am not with you, Ed. I am not with you, Ed, from Obamacare, and you forcing everybody so you can keep your stuff. Because you can keep your stuff, you're willing to shove young people in and sacrifice a paycheck a month just for health care. And then when they get old, they cannot get their stuff. They won't have their stuff. They'll be dependent. Just like this, Steve just he said 20,000 people recorded dead from the shot. Their families are crying too, and you didn't even recognize that. You didn't even give room to talk about that. You talked right over him. So is there any other people's personal freedom you're not willing to sacrifice? That sixth man on that island watched all his shipmates get cut up and eaten, and the doctors cauterized the wound as they took the meat off their bones. I got to wonder what he would think about you, Ed, when you talk about you're taking freedom away. They fought for freedom, and it seems like all you want to do is fight against freedom. If I don't have the freedom that my dad had, we've lost freedom. If my dad, and the same thing, and it seems like his dad, he passed his freedom down and on to me. And what I'm passing down to my kids is I'm ashamed of what this country's turned into. So, Snowhead, I am not with you. I am not with you at all. And there ain't nothing funny about what you talk about because I'm telling you, people on both sides of this aisle, people are trying to make an intelligent decision. I want to know if there's a question about the Johnson & Johnson, about being baby DNA. I want to know if I get shoved in this shot. Hey, listen, if in a couple of years, all of you people with the vaccinations are in serious trouble, should we be able to demand that the government not pay for your mistakes? Because all of us people that went against the flow and stood up on our freedom, and we don't have, like you're saying that we shouldn't be allowed, to be taken care of in the hospital because we did not, or not. I guess I'm not going to the VA if they demand it's going. So there goes my health care. Thank you very much, Ed. I am not with you at all. So other than that, Mr. Steve, you have a great weekend, and still love Big Ed.
All right. No, I'm not. Yeah, wrap it up. I got Tapeworm just posted a message update, made it to London, Kentucky to tent camp. Now the monsoon down here. Bad thunderstorms in southern Kentucky. Yeah, I pulled up the radar here to kind of refresh. You do have some heavy-duty rain from about Glasgow to Campbellsville to Somerset. Raining along I-75 from pretty much right about the Tennessee line. Yeah, about halfway up to Berea, Kentucky. So a soggy start for your Friday. Have a great weekend. Yeah, it's raining in London. Thanks so much for being with us. See you back Sunday night, Monday morning. Join us. Tell your friends to join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.